Well, hello. That is really loud. There we go. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to your favorite show on the internet, Raw Law Unfiltered, with your favorite host, the DUI Guy Plus. Today, we are going to continue with the Karen Reed trial, as you can probably tell by the title. Have the court shown up yet? Where are we at? Has the judge appeared on the bench? Day 2. Not yet. Okay, perfect timing. Look at that. 9 a.m. on the nose. Let's do this. Hashtag buckle up. It is the law. I keep saying how much I love that other law tubers are catching on to that mantra or whatever. Mantra. Brand name, I suppose. Oh. How's everybody doing this morning? You guys ready to party? Cross-examination. We're coming in hot. We're coming in hot because the Karen Reed team finally gets to speak for the second time. For the second time now. Opening was the first time, of course. And now they haven't. In a very, very predictable turn of events, I must say, in hindsight, I mean, of course, hindsight 2020. But to be completely honest, it kind of makes sense because what questions do they have for the brother and the sister-in-law? You know, the brother and his wife. Nothing. They have nothing to ask them because they're not conducive to the defense. They have nothing to offer. What are they going to be like? So was it you who framed them? No. Okay, no further questions. Like, they know what they're doing. They have a plan. They have a plan. Obviously, Officer Saraf, who is currently... Oh, Mrs. K. Grift is working on a new bingo card. Heck yeah. Thank you, Mrs. K. Grift, our newest moderator. So the defense knows that they are working on this and what their angle is. Oh, welcome, Mrs. Soap and Clay from Twitch, saying the Karen Reed case is fascinating. Hadn't heard anything about it before yesterday. Yeah, I mean, it's been kind of buried. Shout out to Aiden Kearney, also known as Turtle Boy, for disseminating information, popularizing the topic, etc. I found out about the case because of him, but I didn't know him. People pointed me to him. So I have a lot of followers, of course, as you all know. And people just sometimes send me stuff like, Larry, you need to look at this. Like, this is big. And I was in Poland. I actually just landed in Poland like a couple days prior. I remember it was like early September, maybe. I think it was like early September. Yeah, it was like September 5th. So I've been in Poland for just a few days, right? And I remember somebody reached out and they were like, Larry, there's this crazy case. And I'm like, really? Like, what is this? What is this about? You know? And then people were like, yeah, this is one of the most... And I remember I was like, I'm going to solve this case in 5 minutes. Do you guys remember that? Those of you who've been around for like the last 7-8 months? I literally said, I'm going to solve this case for you in 5 minutes. You ready? Look at the damage to the vehicle. Compare that to the damage to the dead body. If there's a match, she did it. There's no match, she didn't do it. That literally, those were the first words out of my mouth when I first heard about this case. And lo and behold, that is literally, I solved the entire case in like 5 seconds. Not trying to toot my own horn or nothing crazy. I'm telling you, it's lawyer brain. It's simple lawyer brain. I was like, why is this so complicated? I didn't know about the corruption. I didn't know about the cover up attempts. I didn't know about any of that stuff, any of it. So then when I found out, I was like, oh, okay, well that makes sense. Why 2 + 2 = 75 in this case, and not 2 + 2 = 4, because that's what happens in cover-ups. 2 + 2 = 75, and you're like, what? What? No, that's not how it works. Well, when it's a cover-up, that's exactly how it works. So yeah. Quite fascinating. Quite the fascinating thing. So I hope you are cover-uption. That's nice. If the SUV didn't hit, you must have quit. Hey babe, did you hear that? If the SUV didn't hit, you must have quit. That's Johnny Cockring. Okay. I don't know what the delay is. It should have started already. Let's see. Let me take a look. Yeah, everybody's sitting around waiting for it. Hmm. The SUV did not hit, you must have quit. Let me take a look at Ted Daniels' Twitter. Shout out to you, Ted. He hasn't tweeted since 17 hours ago. No, 11 hours ago. His last tweet was at 9:40 p.m. I wonder if he's in the courtroom. Are you guys sure this starts at 9? I mean, it does say. I mean, it does say right there, 9 a.m. Eastern. 6 a.m. Pacific. What shall we do in the meantime? I know Mrs. K is creating new bingo cards for us all. Thank you for that, Mrs. K. I did something I've never done before, by the way, last night. I took Yanetti's opening with your suggestion. I kind of came up with this idea, and you guys helped, and my girlfriend polished it. We created a new series, basically like dissecting direct and cross, and well, not direct, really. It's going to be cross examinations, opening statements, and closing arguments of like the best of the best. I plan on doing like Camille Vasquez. Excuse me. and Ben Chu from the Johnny Depp trial. I plan on doing Kyle Rittenhouse, the defense probably opening and closing. And basically, it's creating a masterclass series on those. Basically, kind of like I was doing with Officer Oliver yesterday. So I think I was surprised to see it produce so fast. Well, I have a good team. I've been building. When you build things right, um, you're able to move faster. Oh, Matrix, what's going on? Says big prayers today, please, as I head to mediation with lawyer for an injury. Ooh, I remember you said something about that, and it's finally coming to a lawyer. Good luck today. Mediation is fun. It's tough, but it's fun. You may be able to get your case resolved today. Enjoy the epic cross that's coming. I'll check back later. XOXO. Love you, Matrix. Thank you for checking in and for being a member for 21 months. Get your bingo card here. There you go. There you go. There you go. Oh, wait. Is Court TV in there today? I see my number one fan, but not on Law and Crime, actually. No. Is it just me, or is Law and Crime's chat just like absolutely bonkers? Do we need to refresh? They don't even know how to use YouTube. Never mind. I think that comment right there answers my question. Like, isn't Law and Crime's chat crazy? They're looking at it. It says live, and they're like, "Do we need to refresh the screen?" Like, what the crap is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? See that? Do we need to refresh? Like, you do realize it's not going to accomplish a single bloody thing, right? Maybe they're still at the Waffle House. I am Panini Head. Wow, I swear. I think this chat literally makes you dumber. Wow. What, baby? I hear you meowing. I don't see you. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Hi. Can I help you? I don't know if you guys can hear her. Can you guys hear her meows? Hi. You want to come join me? Come on. Ah. Hi, Zinni. I wonder what's the holdup today. If it's a court issue or they just maybe someone is stuck in traffic. I love you, baby. You're such a cute. girl. Yeah. Aren't you? Oh, she knows she's a cute girl. Oh, she knows. She knows. Car crash, 2-hour backup since 7. Oh. Oh my God. Oh my God. A multi-car wreck by the court. Yeah, that's gonna set everyone back today. Huh. Yep. I did an interview. Oh, let me tell you guys last night. While we wait for them, last night I recorded the most unbelievable interview I have ever recorded in the history of this channel. I have a. I'll give you guys just a slight preview because I don't want to leave you hanging too much. But I can't even describe it. I was so captivated. I was literally looking at the guy like this for an hour and a half while we were talking. I couldn't blink. I could not blink for an hour and a half. You'll see when you see the interview, you'll understand what I mean. It's crazy. It's you know what? Actually, I'm going to keep you in suspense. I take it back because there's nothing I can say that will do it any justice. You have to watch it. You have to watch it. It'll probably premiere tomorrow if Boyan gets it done. Well, that's common, I think, that defense didn't even get to court until 8:30. Usually they arrive pretty late. I think that's fatal car accident. Oh my God. Is that what Ted was referring to? He posted something about a life lost. No. Is it? Jacob, his mom described him as a hardworking. Jacob was killed by an oversized and overweight truck once featured on the show Ice Road Truckers. What 25 investigators found out about the truck driver the company he worked for tonight on Boston 10:50. No, that was last night. That was last night. I'm surprised Ted doesn't have any updates. I usually kind of rely on him. What's in he? Oh, she's waiting to be fed. This bitch. She's been waking us up like earlier and earlier. A few days ago, it was like waking us up at 7 a.m. Yesterday, she tried to wake us up at 6 a.m. Today, she's waking us up at 5 a.m. So now, in retaliation, I'm going to start feeding her wet food because she loves wet food. I am feeding her wet food later and later in the day. So today, your bitch ass is getting fed at 2 p.m. with wet food.
Did you hear the sound that the piano made when she sat on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, she doesn't need wet food right now.
No. She's a fatty McFat. She takes after her daddy.
Play more.
I don't know. Maybe that will take care of that. But she's going to be glued to us, babe.
Yeah.
She's going to be glued to us throughout the day because, until she gets fed, she's kind of like feeding time. Hello? Did you forget about me? Did you miss, seriously?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, she loves chasing the dog.
Remember? Did you ever see the video of the cat who caught the laser?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's not that smart. We'll play. And it's gonna be fun.
Oh my God! Hashtag justice for Kitty is now trending in my chat.
She's like, you ever see that medical shark? She's like Hefty Chong.
Hefty Chong.
Mm-hmm. You know the fat shark.
Yeah.
She's on the obesity. She's Hefty Chong getting to Mega Chong. Eventually, she's gonna be, oh Lord, she coming.
Oh Lord, she coming. Oh, we gotta be careful. The Ricada video, yes. Oh my God, yes. I remember when he roasted Farron. That was one of the best. She asked for it and she loved it. It's such a good motivator. By the way, did you know that Farron from Farron Balanced lives in Lexington now? She's literally an hour from me, and we've been trying to meet for like the past 2 months. But unfortunately, we can't find time to meet because we're just too busy. Here we go. Some new updates. The accident happened at 4:30 a.m. and they closed Route 93 South for photo recon by state police at 5:30 for the confirmed fatal. Wow.
I hope it's there are minimal fatalities in this.
Yeah, I don't know any details. And I keep checking on Ted Daniel, and he has no update. Oh, here we go. Good morning from court, finally. Where testimony continues in the Kamala versus Karen Reed, we finished yesterday afternoon with Canton Police Officer Steven Saraf on the stand. He was one of the first responders at 34 Fairview Road when John O'Keefe was found in the snow. The defense will have a chance to question him today if they choose, which they will. They already said that they will. So somebody said, what's the delay? Probably that car crash in Needham delaying people 128 South was also closed. Uh-huh. Interesting. So we're getting there. The delay is doing great things for my bong cleaning efforts, John. Oi. Get your bingo card here. Fire it up, fire it up. Get your bingo cards. 3 cents only. America declares war on Germany. Get your newspapers here. Get your news. Fire it up, fire it up. Good morning, everybody. Good morning for all of you just joining us. We are waiting for the accident to get cleared up for people to be let into the courtroom. There's a huge fatality on 93 South, and everything is blocked off. Yeah, Lally straight up reminds me. I mean, I swear, did he watch the jury trial and look at Elaine and go, that's a good line of questioning. What, if anything? Who, if anyone? What, if anyone? Who, if anyone? What, if anything? I mean, I swear to God, he went to the Elaine Bredehoft School of Law. I tweeted about it. So, officially confirmed, we're going to be back in Massachusetts. I was saying next week. I can't squeeze it in after my trial. So I have a jury trial tomorrow. Craig Hendry, for those of you who know, Craig Hendry is going to be going to trial. I don't know if we're going to have a crowd or not, But Craig Hendry is his trial's tomorrow officially. That's it. Craig Hendry's trial is tomorrow. And then after that, I'm going to Thurby. I forgot about that. So I'm sorry, you guys. I lied to you yesterday. Tomorrow is the jury trial. I told you I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. And then Friday, I have court. I thought I was going to be able to stream this trial on Thursday. I'm not. Because Thurby. Thurby is... Thurby is on Wednesday. The sound is coming from the other screen. Thurby is on Thursday. So my girlfriend and I are going to Thurby on Thursday. So today is the last day this week that I'm going to stream the trial, basically is what I'm trying to say. I streamed it yesterday. I'm going to stream it today, and then I might be able to stream it on Monday. Maybe. And then definitely not Tuesday next week. Wednesday, I have a jury trial. And then Thursday, Friday, I probably won't. So I only have 2 more streaming days of this case remaining. So today and Monday. Today and Monday. Oh, wait. There we go.
I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow the instruction and refrain from discussing this case with anyone yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into
Why is she
this case?
swaying back and forth?
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear,
Is she under the
anything
influence?
about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. All right, thank you very much. Could we have Officer Saraf, please?
I'm sorry, did you guys see that? I mean, she was literally like I know it's windy in the courtroom, but like she's literally was doing this as she was talking. How long before we get the heavy breathing? I'd say 10, 9, 8, 7.
Morning.
Morning, Your Honor. John, mind you're still under oath.
Cheer, yes, sure.
Thank you, Canoni.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Let's go. Oh, Jackson's doing this. Oh, hell yeah. Buckle up, folks.
Is there anything that you would like to change or amend or modify about your testimony yesterday that you thought about overnight?
No.
Did you discuss your testimony with any person between the time you got off the stand yesterday and coming back to the courtroom?
No.
Officer Sheriff, I want to ask you a couple of questions about something called a dispatch log. You know what a dispatch log is?
Yes.
It's the CAD report, the computer assisted
What is
dispatch.
a dispatch log? Can you describe to the jurors?
Just notes saying.
I love this.
what
I
time
love this.
calls
He's
come
coming
in
up,
and
firing.
Sometimes a short synopsis of what happened on the call.
It's an official document generated by the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And it's kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
It's created at or near the time of the event that it's recording,
Yes.
and it's supposed to be accurate.
Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And in fact, what it has is the dispatch details of the event that's in question. Whatever officers show up, what time they show up, the order in which they show up, the location to which they're dispatched, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Have you looked at the dispatch log in this case?
No, I have not.
May I
Oh,
approach you on that?
Yes.
right, of
This
course,
has been
because he doesn't
pre-marked
want
as
to know the
Exhibit
facts.
27. Take a glance at that and tell me if you recognize that document.
What an idiot. How do you not look at the dispatch log as the first on scene when this case is going to jury
Yes, sir.
trial?
How do you recognize it?
It looks like the log in question.
Oh, look at how red
So
he
that's the
is.
dispatch log for what date?
The 29th.
Do you see your name somewhere on that dispatch log?
Yes,
To the right, one of the three
His
officers
name
that
is
calls
on
to the
it.
scene.
He's never
Yes.
seen
And
it.
that looks like the dispatch log for the call out that you were testifying about yesterday. Is that right?
that's correct.
May I
He's either a
approach you?
liar
Yes.
or a fraud.
Gunnar, may I publish this as we
Yes.
discuss it? That is really small font. May I approach one more time?
Yes.
This is not an eye contest.
That I would not.
I should say. Oh, look at that. The magic of technology. All right.
I love
Um,
Alan.
You can either look up on the screen or look at the dispatch log that's in front of you. I'll try to look at the one on the screen. My eyes aren't that great either. If you look to the right, there appear to be 3 entries for the dispatch of the officers that were on the scene about which you testified yesterday.
There's
correct?
Saraf. I see him.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, it has, this dispatch log shows that you, and then Officer Mullaney, and then Sergeant Good all arrived to 32 Fairview that morning within 7 seconds of each other, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
It actually has Officer Mullaney arriving first at 6:09:26. You see that?
Yes.
And you see that it also has 3 seconds later at 6:09:29, you arriving. Is that right?
6:29 it says. Excuse me, it's 6:09, yes. you're correct.
6:09 and 29 seconds.
Yes, I'm sorry, yep.
That's okay. And then it has Sergeant Good arriving 4 seconds after you at 6:09 and 33 seconds, correct?
Sure, yep.
So all 3 of you, according to the official document generated by Canton Police Department for this event, has Officer Mullaney arriving first, you arriving second, Sergeant Good arriving third, all within 7 seconds of each other, correct?
That's
correct.
interesting.
That is completely false, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah, you've looked at your dispatch, your dash cam, correct? And clearly, we saw it yesterday. You arrive and there's nobody else on scene.
correct.
That was at about 6:10 a.m. that you arrived, correct?
About that, yes.
And then Officer Mullaney actually arrives after you about 6:11 a.m. Is that right?
Yes,
And Sergeant Good does not arrive, according to your own dash cam, until
Holy
about 6:16,
Freaking hell.
a little after 6:15.
yep.
All right. So right off the bat, the official Canton Police Department dispatch log, one of the first documents generated in any investigative event, that's completely wrong, right?
The times are, yes.
Well, the times and the orders,
Mhm.
right? I mean, not only did Officer Mullaney not arrive first, you arrived first.
That's
And
correct.
then he arrived.
Sure,
So that's 2 things that are wrong about just that, correct?
sure.
And then it has Sergeant Good arriving 4 seconds after you, which is also incorrect.
Yep.
He didn't arrive until about 6 or 7 minutes after you, right?
Sure.
He's
Did you
performing
ever-
open heart
Have you
surgery on
reviewed
this
this
guy.
document in the past?
Yeah? No,
You've never seen the dispatch log? Did
What?
you ever seek to make sure that the dispatch log that's so important and so vital in an investigation was actually accurate before it was turned over to the defense, for instance?
no, I didn't.
Oh my
But without
God.
that dispatch log, without your dash cam, we would be relying on your dispatch log to be true and accurate. Is that right?
Other than what I'm saying that what happened, correct.
And do you think it's accurate otherwise?
It's only a murder investigation.
Not in order, no.
It's nothing important.
Not in order, no.
Other than
In
the
time.
order and the time that the officer's responding, is it correct in all other respects in your mind?
Can you rephrase,
Sure.
say it one more time?
Let's take away the order and the time that the officers responded. Ignore that.
Mhm.
Is the dispatch log otherwise accurate?
Yes,
Take a look at the left-hand column where it's highlighted in green. What's that address?
highlighting green?
On the screen, it's
I'm
highlighted.
sorry. I'm
I'm
sorry.
like,
I don't have the document.
that's
you're-
okay. It says 32 Fairview.
Oh yeah.
Did you arrive to 32 Fairview Road?
No,
You arrived to 34 Fairview Road,
that's correct. Yep,
So that even the location on the dispatch log is faulty, is that right?
sure, yep.
Oh my God. Well, we know why they did
May I
that.
approach you on it?
Yes.
Because 34 Fairview is a cop's house. If they wrote down this as a cop's house, they didn't want to write down it's their buddy's house. That's why they wrote down 32 Fairview. That I remember learning that. So that's a fact. That's why they changed it. I think the police are there to
You
arrest this guy.
testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, correct?
I did.
At that grand jury, do you remember telling the grand jurors what address you actually responded to?
The lights, please.
Don't recall. Probably, what I said. in the grand
Oh
jury.
my
Refresh
God,
your
he's a
recollection, if you took
tomato.
quick glance.
Look
should
at
have
him.
A copy of your grand jury testimony. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Objection, witness is about to be arrested.
Officer Sheriff, I've done you the favor of highlighting a page on page 9. Where did you indicate to the grand jurors that you actually
It
arrived?
says 35 Fairview.
35.
I know what it says. I'm asking if it refreshes your recollection that you actually testified under oath that you responded to
Oh my
35
God.
Fairview Road.
Yes.
And that is incorrect as well, isn't it? Yes.
So you lied.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
That's the question you don't ask. So you lied. You lied under oath. The dispatch log is wrong.
Have you reviewed any of the other officers' reports that relate to your dispatch out to the location that you've been testifying to?
No, I did not.
Did you ever review Sergeant Good's report?
No.
Are you aware that have you ever discussed with Sergeant Good that he wrote in his official report that you responded to 32 Fairview Road?
No.
And of course, we just talked about the fact that the dispatch log lists 32 Fairview Road and not 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
So none of the initial police reports, not the dispatch log, not your police report, apparently not Sergeant Good's, list 34 Fairview Road as the actual location where you responded that morning, correct?
As far as I know, yes. Yes, sir.
Was there an effort on your part or anybody else's, to your knowledge, to mask the actual address of Brian Albert's house as 34 Fairview Road?
No.
All those are just mistakes,
Yes.
over and over and over.
Yes.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
When you made contact with the victim and the women that you described yesterday, did you see any evidence that any of the women had been engaged in life-saving measures?
Yes.
What did you see?
It appeared that Karen Reed was doing mouth-to-mouth on John O'Keefe.
You saw, I don't want to get too graphic, but you saw blood on her face?
Yes, I did.
You saw blood on his face?
That's correct.
You saw blood in her hair?
No, I didn't see anything.
You didn't notice that?
No, I didn't notice that.
Okay. But certainly blood on her face from having engaged in some sort of CPR activity?
Yes,
Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, you said?
it looked like it, yes.
Okay. You also saw Carrie Roberts seemingly assisting with chest compressions. Is that right?
I'm asking a question.
Sorry?
Objection? There's just no question.
No, you can ask it. The question hasn't been asked yet. Finish the question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you also see
Thanks,
Carrie
Jim.
Roberts seemingly assisting in chest compressions?
I don't remember who exactly it was, but it appeared that somebody was doing
What about
arches.
the third woman, Jennifer McCabe?
They were all around the body.
Did you see Jennifer McCabe ever engage with John O'Keefe as he lay on the ground and assist in any life-saving measures? Did
I
you
don't-
witness that?
I don't recall.
Oh.
But you do recall my client engaged.
Yes.
Wow. That's huge. That is huge.
Isn't it true that Jennifer McCabe pulled you aside while my client and Carrie Roberts stayed with John O'Keefe and began engaging you in a conversation?
Yes.
And she was providing some sort of a narrative to you, correct?
Correct.
While the other two women are trying to save John O'Keefe's life, she's talking to you
For brief seconds.
Oh
So,
my
for brief
God.
seconds.
Yes.
You saw that the dash cam video was those several minutes on the dash cam video where she's standing and having a conversation with you. Are those the brief seconds?
I don't know what
Oh
time frame
my
you're talking.
God.
Right after you got there,
Right after I got there.
correct? Did you ever see Jennifer McCabe do anything physically to help John O'Keefe?
No, I didn't see anything.
Oh my God.
Did Jennifer McCabe offer to you during that brief seconds that you described, this narrative that she was having, this conversation she was having with you, did she ever offer the fact that she was standing in front of her sister's house?
No.
Did she ever offer the fact that her brother-in-law, who lives in the house, is a first responder?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you apprised at any time while you were out there that the homeowner was a first responder?
Objection.
Sustained.
Based on your observations between Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe, which one of those women appeared to be more focused on trying to save John's life in the moment?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Between Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe, which one of those two women, based on your observations, appeared to you to be more focused on physically trying to save John O'Keefe's life in the moment?
At that point, it was Karen Reed.
You would agree with me, Officer Saraf, that in any investigation, details matter, accuracy matters, correct?
Sure.
Sure. No, yes.
Reports are written in police investigations in order to memorialize observations, things heard, seen, experienced by the officers, correct?
Yes.
And generally speaking, you're trained to write those reports, memorialize those observations as quickly as possible so that things are fresh in your memory.
Correct.
You don't want to write a report about an incident that you respond to today, 2 years from now.
No.
As a matter of fact, you're trained exactly the opposite. When you respond to a scene, somewhat important, you need to get it down on paper as quickly as possible for detail and accuracy, right?
Yes.
You did, in fact, write a report, a supplemental report for this investigation where you laid out your observations of that morning, correct?
That's correct.
These are called incident reports, correct?
Yes.
I'm holding what appears to be a multi-page document that is entitled an incident report. May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at the tab page
Mhm.
and tell me if you recognize what's on that page.
Billy. Oh, thank you guys.
I'm sorry.
Do you recognize that? All I'm asking you,
Oh,
you
yes.
recognize that as your report?
Yes.
They're,
yes.
they're doing the work.
Did
I'm
you
just
write that?
analyzing it.
Yes, sir.
And when did you write that?
I believe the morning of,
So that would be January 29th,
that's correct.
a little bit later in the morning after you left the scene.
Yes.
And you were reflecting back on what had just happened minutes or hours before, correct?
Yep.
And you were trying to be as truthful as possible, correct?
Yes.
You were trying to be as accurate as possible,
Yes.
as comprehensive as possible,
Yes.
and as thorough as possible.
He knows
Yes.
what's coming.
You wrote in that report, quote, Karen Reed kept screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" She was severely distraught and not able to tell me what happened. Correct?
That's correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
There was no
This is
limit
Cross.
to the amount of words that you could put on the page, correct?
No.
Matter of fact, there's a ton of white space. It's left unutilized, right?
That's correct.
You could have taken as much time as you wanted to in writing this report. Is that right?
Sure.
And it was, is that yes?
Sure.
Yes.
There was no reason to abbreviate anything. Is that right?
No.
And you tried to be as accurate as you possibly could in that moment
Yes.
and put everything down in that report that reflected what you experienced and what you observed and what you heard that morning, correct?
Yes.
And the only statement you attribute to my client on that morning, just hours after the incident or minutes after the incident, was she kept repeating, "Is he dead?" Right?
Yes.
You were interviewed by Michael Proctor the next day, weren't you?
I don't know what day it was, but.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a report?
Sure.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Take a look at that report that's dated
This
March
is
15.
stellar.
Reflects an interview on January 30, and then tell me if you recognize it.
Looks like his report.
Okay, that's that's Trooper Proctor's report of an interview that he did with you, correct?
Yes,
And if you look on the second page, paragraph about what you stated to Trooper Proctor.
that's highlighted? Is
I
that-
highlighted it for you, yes.
Yes,
Okay. Did you tell Trooper Proctor, let me withdraw that, ask it a different way. Were you trying to be as thorough and comprehensive with Trooper Proctor as you were in your own report?
yes,
You weren't holding anything back in that interview, correct?
no,
You wanted to be as truthful and as honest as you possibly could?
Yep.
And as comprehensive as you possibly could, correct?
yes,
You told Trooper Proctor that you could, quote, hear Karen Reed continually state, "Is he dead?" as the paramedics treated the victim. Officer Saraf then seen Karen inside her friend's vehicle, correct?
correct,
So the only statement you attributed to my client the day after this incident was those 3 words, "Is he dead?" that she continually repeated. Is that right?
yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
In the 2 times that you were asked to reflect back on exactly what happened that morning, on January 29th and January 30th, both times you attributed only 3 words to my client having been repeated continually in her distraught state. "Is he dead?" Right?
Yes,
And she wasn't saying that calmly, I'm assuming.
no,
Matter of fact, you used the word she was severely distraught. Is that right?
that's correct.
When you say severely distraught, we saw part of that on your dash cam. She was emotional,
Yes,
upset,
yes,
focused on John,
yes,
trying to save his life,
yes.
and asking, what was the question that she asked?
Is he dead?
Over and over and over, correct?
Correct.
Then you were asked to testify in April of 2022, April 14th of 2022,
Oh, thank
at
you,
a
multi-voice.
state-run grand jury by the Commonwealth.
Yes,
Matter of fact, Mr. Lally was the fine prosecutor who was asking you the questions, correct?
yes,
Between the time you wrote your report on January 29th and you gave a statement officially on January 30th, between that time and when you testified in April of 2022, do you have any meetings with anybody from the Massachusetts State Police?
no,
Do you have any meetings with Mr. Lally?
no,
Did Mr. Lally put you on the stand without talking to you first?
no. For this trial?
Nope. I'm just, the dates in question are up to April 14th, 2022 at grand jury.
Don't recall.
You don't recall if you met with either Mr. Lally or any of his contemporaries to discuss your potential testimony?
Not, I don't recall meeting with him for that, no. One time I met with him in his office was a couple of weeks ago with this.
In preparation for this testimony.
Correct.
But your testimony now is that he didn't meet with you or you did not connect with him to discuss your testimony before the April grand jury?
I don't recall.
What? Oh, that is a
But you did
lie.
testify in that grand jury.
Police officers always meet with prosecutors before they take the stand. That's the dumbest answer I've ever heard. That doesn't happen. They always
You changed your
always
story.
talk to them.
No,
You believe you testified completely consistently at that grand jury as you had in your report?
I testified for what I remember what happened, sir.
Oh Lord.
Was your memory better in April than it was minutes or hours after the event?
Was it better?
Was it better or worse?
I don't know. I don't know.
What?
Do you think your memory gets better as time goes on?
Not usually, no.
No,
No.
usually it's the opposite, isn't it?
Yes,
Memories get foggy, they fade.
yes,
Which is why you write reports the day of the incident, if you can, correct?
yes.
Do you remember what you testified to at the grand jury? April of 2022?
The whole thing?
No,
Oh,
sorry, that was a bad question on my part. Just as it relates to statements attributed to my client,
Yes.
what was your exact testimony in April of 2022?
I'd have to look at my,
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of your
sure.
Grand jury
grand
testimony.
jury transcript? May I approach?
Yes.
Look at page 18.
How stupid are you to say I did not meet with the
Let me know
prosecutor?
once you remember,
Before grand
once
jury
you
testimony.
review that and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
That's a blatant lie,
In fact,
and Alan knows it.
on April
I
14th,
know it. You guys know
2022,
it.
months after this event, for the first time, you said, quote, and these are your words, tell me if I get them right. She, this is my fault. I don't know. She said, I can't believe this happened. I mean, she kept asking if he was going to die, if he's dead. And, I just basically said, we're doing the best that we could, end quote.
That's correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oopsies.
So in April
Caught
of
in a lie.
2022, for the first time, you attributed the phrase, "This is my fault. I can't believe this happened," to my client, correct?
That's correct.
But nowhere in your official report did you say that.
That's correct.
And nowhere in your interview with Trooper Proctor the next day did you say that.
That's correct.
You think that was a pretty important omission?
That's
On your part?
huge.
It was an oversight.
It's
An
an
oversight.
oversight.
That a woman
Oh
Who
my
you're in
God,
contact
that's
with,
his excuse?
standing over the body of a fallen police officer said to you, "This is my fault." Just missed that one.
Oh my
Yes,
God.
yes,
He
I
just
didn't
got
write it down.
crucified. That's it.
And then, of course, you testified yesterday. And your statement changed again, right?
Wow.
I don't
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Remember what you said yesterday, these jurors?
remember.
You don't
Word for
remember
word?
what you said yesterday?
Well, I wrote it down. Let's see if this helps.
That means you're lying. That's it. You're
Yesterday, you
a
said,
scumbag.
that my client said, quote, "It's all my fault. I did this," end quote.
Yes.
Remember that? Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't
That's
say
not
that
true.
at the grand jury.
No.
And you didn't say that to Trooper Proctor.
No, sir.
Oh my God.
And you didn't put it in your
This
report.
guy's done.
That's
He's
correct.
done. He's done. He's done.
If you
Flip
were to
him over.
testify in another 2 or 3 weeks, think your statement would just keep evolving?
Flip him over because he's sizzling.
Now I want to shift gears for a second and talk about what Ms. Reed actually said.
Oh.
You said that you
You're lying.
reviewed your dash cam video, correct?
Once.
Do you remember when you arrived? One
You
of the
reviewed
first
it
things out
once
of your mouth was
in a murder
the
trial.
question, what happened?
Yes.
That would be a natural question to
Sure.
ask,
Yep.
right? You assess the scene and assess the situation.
Absolutely.
And you would want to listen closely to what that answer was, correct?
Sure.
Wow.
Ms. Reed did in fact answer you, didn't she?
I don't recall what she said.
She said, quote, "My boyfriend, I left him and he never came home," end quote. Correct?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You agree, we've already agreed, that details matter in any investigation. They
Absolutely.
certainly matter in this investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'd like you
No.
to take a look at.
It's not going to
what's
rise
been
to the level of a
earmarked as
mistrial.
Exhibit 26.
But that, yes, CP true. The jury sees him as a liar now. That's it. They don't believe anything coming out of his mouth. Even look at him. He knows. He's not even looking at the jury. He can't look at him. He can't look at the jury. He's too embarrassed.
This is about the This is about the
Somebody get a bingo?
3:50 run time. I'm not looking at the actual. I'm not looking at the actual time of day. Over
Congratulations.
here,
Somebody got a
I'm looking
bingo.
at the run time, which is down at the bottom. So if Mr. Bates, you could put this up. Can you pause it? Just to orient everybody, does this appear to be your dash cam?
Yes, sir?
Same dash cam you were looking at yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it, Mr. Bates.
Mrs. K, you did such a good job, apparently.
Pause it. Officer Saraf, just like it's not an eye exam, it's not a hearing exam either. I'm going to do the best I can to raise the volume. And Officer Saraf, I want to focus your attention, if you wouldn't mind, on 9 seconds after you say what happened. Just count in your head and listen very, very carefully to the woman's voice that responds to what she says. Go ahead. Awesome. Very, very hard to hear. Have you listened to that before?
No.
Does it appear to you that she said, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home?
I couldn't understand anything.
Okay. Let's replay it one more time.
How do you not review the tape before the trial?
Turn the volume up one more time right at that moment. Listen for a woman's voice just under. Sorry, I was asking Officer Saraf, please listen to, there's a din of noise, obviously, road noise, wind noise, etc. It's your dash cam, the audio from your dash cam. Once you close the door, listen very carefully about 9 seconds after you say what happened.
No, he's clarifying because it's hard to hear. It's not an asked and answered.
What that voice says. Sure.
I disagree, but good observation.
Stop. Did you hear? I left him and he never came home.
I couldn't understand what they were saying.
You couldn't understand that?
No,
Do you want to hear it one more time?
No,
I don't think it.
no. Turn the lights on, please.
Bev, WTF are you doing?
Now, if my client had said, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home, would that be something that you would find important to put in your report?
Objection.
Sustained.
They heard
Let's
the
move
question, though.
To another area of the dash cam video.
That's all that matters.
I want to keep playing it at the 28-minute mark, 28-minute and 20-second mark or so.
So can I see counsel sidebar for just a minute, please?
Oh my God, you guys. Okay, so what just happened in the truth always comes out to light. The truth always comes out, and when you have when you're a liar, and when you have a lying case with lying witnesses, and it's a cover up and full of corruption. When especially I did this in my own cases. I've had cases where officers will say something that's just barely audible, but it crucifies their entire case. It's a very common occurrence when the state is lying and when they're trying to nail your client wrongfully. And the beautiful thing about what Alan is doing here is he's doing exactly that. They have a situation where you can hear very barely, just enough. I left my boyfriend and he never came home is the smoking gun in this case. And they're starting with the smoking gun because he's the one on the witness stand. Officer Saraf, who was the first on scene, naturally they'll start with him. Again, I don't know why they put the brother and the sister-in-law first, that made no freaking sense. They were out of order. They should go last. Actually, they shouldn't even go at all, in my humble opinion, because they're worthless in their testimony. They have nothing to offer other than sympathy. So, wait, is there no audio? Oh, there we go.
Recognize your dash cam video being on the.
So that's what he
left of
did.
the
He
screen.
got him to admit to the one piece.
Yes, sir.
Okay, have you looked at Sergeant Good's dash cam video, which is squared up on the right side of the screen?
No,
You've never seen it?
no.
Okay. Does it appear to you?
How do
that
you not
these
review
are
this
two different
before trial?
perspectives of the same scene? In other
You
words,
should know
you see the
everything
car
about this
or the
case,
SUV on the left
backwards
side
and
of the screen Right
forwards.
here, correct?
Yes, sir.
They just don't
See that
care.
same SUV right there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that appear to be two different perspectives, two different angles
Yes,
of basically the same thing?
yes.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to the individuals to the left of the SUV right here. There's a person wearing a hood with fur on it. Is that Carrie Roberts? To your memory?
I don't know.
There appears to be another person with a darker jacket standing just in front of that person with the hood and fur. You see that person?
What was that sigh?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to focus on the person in the darker jacket.
Sure.
I believe, and the only reason I'm asking you to focus at this point is because I want to try to play this just once and see if you recognize what's depicted in the video.
Sure.
What I expect you may see is this person move out of sight behind the SUV, and then in the background, there's an SUV parked in the driveway. Pay special attention to that portion of the SUV and see if you see that person in the dark jacket pass from right to left in front of that SUV as if they're going to the house. Let's go ahead and play it. Go ahead and pause it. Have you seen the person in the dark jacket leave the view?
Yes,
Did she appear to go behind the SUV?
yes.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Go ahead and stop track. And now I'm going to ask to draw your attention to that car with snow on it. Pay special attention to that car as the film continues to run. Go ahead. Pause. Do you see a person standing in front of the car,
It appears to be a person. Yes,
walking from right to left?
yes.
Would that be toward the house?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. And also, if you wouldn't mind switching your perspective, now you're looking more at the front of the house. Continue watching the film and see if you see that same person walking toward the house.
Yep, there it is. You can see them walking.
Stop. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see.
Oh, come on, you
yes,
lying
yes,
sack of
okay,
shit. Just admit it.
Check on the person
Yes.
walking toward the front of the house. That was Jennifer McCabe going into the house, wasn't it?
I have no idea.
Was it a person going into the house?
It was a person, yes.
Did you give anybody any permission to go into the house?
No, not my own.
Would you think that
Oh my
a
god.
witness in a
Oh my
homicide scene?
God.
We can go ahead and raise the lights. Thank you. Would you
Oh
think that a
my
witness in a
God.
homicide scene being allowed to go into a house to make contact with other witnesses?
I didn't know it was a homicide scene, sir.
If I could finish my question. Do you think it's
You didn't know it was a
appropriate for
homicide?
a witness at a potential homicide scene,
Okay, there you go.
an
Better.
unconscious person scene, whatever, crime scene,
Yes.
to make contact with
There's
other
a death.
witnesses and begin discussing the situation unsupervised?
Can you rephrase that question, sir?
Oh, for the
Do you
love
think
of
that's an
Benji.
appropriate thing to have happen?
I have no answer for that, sir. I don't
Yeah,
know.
because you know it's inappropriate.
Officer Saraf, when you go to a crime scene,
Yes, sir.
one of the first things that you want to
Oh
do
my god.
is secure the scene and separate witnesses so that interviews could be conducted, correct?
Sure.
You wouldn't want witnesses just
Sure.
cavorting together and getting their story straight, right?
Correct.
You'd want to avoid that at all costs, right?
Yes, yes.
And why is that?
Thank you.
So they can't collaborate their story.
Yet there was a person walking from the area where a body was found in the lawn of a house, walking into the house to make contact with other individuals, correct?
It appeared that way, yes, sir.
Does that seem appropriate to you?
No,
Of course not.
The devil is in the details. Welcome to Defense
We
101.
talked a bit about what you did and didn't hear at the scene from my client. At any point when you were at that location, did you hear my client repeating the phrase, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him"?
she said, I hit him? No, I didn't hear that part.
You never heard her whisper it, yell it, say it, or otherwise?
Not that I recall.
If you had heard that statement, you likely would have written it down, wouldn't you?
Yes,
I can see his nose growing.
You likely would have reported that to Trooper Proctor the next day, wouldn't you?
yes,
You likely would have mentioned it in your grand jury testimony, correct?
yes.
And you did none of those things because you did not hear that statement, correct?
I did not hear that, no.
Sir, you were at 34 Fairview for more than an
Good morning,
hour
everybody.
before you cleared the scene, right?
Yes, sir.
You were at the location of the body of John O'Keefe.
Yes.
In other words, you just didn't stay in your cruiser. You walked out to where John O'Keefe was.
No, I was in my cruiser at different times. I
Must have been a bad question.
Okay.
You didn't just stay in your cruiser. At points, you got out of your cruiser, walked over, made contact with the women, and you were standing next to the body.
yes,
And you were obviously looking around. You noticed some footprints,
yes,
and you even noticed some lack of footprints.
that's correct.
So you were being observant at the area of the body
Yes,
and the area adjacent to the body.
yes,
But not anywhere else?
You were looking for anything that might have been out of place,
yes,
anything of any evidentiary value, correct?
yes,
You never saw or otherwise observed, located a single piece of taillight material, did you?
no,
You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of broken plastic or taillight material, did you?
no,
You never located or otherwise observed John O'Keefe's missing shoe
no,
or any other clothing of his.
I didn't, no,
Officer Saraf, did you ever think to look inside the house
no,
for that missing shoe?
no,
That never crossed your mind?
Oh!
I think that might have been a smart
Mic
thing to
drop.
do at the time.
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question.
Sure. Do you think that would have been appropriate protocol when dealing with a body laying on a lawn that is partially unclothed to look inside the house of the lawn?
no,
You didn't think that would have been an appropriate protocol
no,
Oh my God.
for you or anybody else?
no,
He's lying and he's incompetent. And he's a cover up.
Obviously, you did not
Artist.
conduct a search of that house, did you?
no,
And you're aware that to this day, no law enforcement officer ever conducted a search of that house.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now he's conferring with co-counsel to ask if there's anything that he missed and any questions he should follow up on. So he's asking David.
No further questions, Your Honor.
That's it.
Anything
All right.
else to Lally?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
What do you got, buddy? Right, Florida Wrangler? Good golly.
Morning.
Why is he so red
You were
already?
asked some questions, you were shown a dispatch log, is that correct?
That's correct.
And dispatch log, as far as the Canton Police Department is concerned, are you aware of sort of how or when or who creates that?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that document sort of comes into being?
So when a call comes in, an officer is at the desk and, usually the first thing they would do is dispatch, get people going to the scene and get everybody rolling as far as if they need FT, police, whatever resources they need. And basically then type in what the call is, and who's going.
So fair to say it's more important to get assets allocated to a scene, especially in the case of an emergency, which is why someone's calling 911, than to ensure that the dispatch time is correct down to the second.
Absolutely.
Now, you were asking questions about different things that you heard the defendant say, correct?
That's correct.
And you were shown specifically some grand jury testimony from April of 2022, in which you indicated during that testimony that the defendant stated, "This is my fault."
Yes,
And is that based on your memory of what she said?
yes,
And you also testified yesterday along. those
None of
same
that already
lines,
matters.
correct?
It's already been debunked.
What you testified to before this jury, as far as your memory, is that accurate as to what happened on that scene, January 29th, 2022?
yes.
Now, prior to this call, did you know Kerry Roberts?
No,
Did you know Karen Reed?
no,
Did you know John O'Keefe?
no,
Did you know Jennifer McKay?
no.
Based on what you've seen.
By the
as
way,
far
welcome
as
Lady
the
Autumn
dash
Sky
camera,
as our
would you
newest
be able to
moderator. Thank
differentiate
you,
between Jennifer McKay or Kerry
Rose.
Roberts from that dash camera footage.
No,
Now, while you were on
for
scene,
tipping me off.
did you see anybody from 34 Fairview Road from that address come outside?
no,
Did you see anybody from any address on that entire street for the entire 90 minutes that you were there come outside?
no,
But you saw them go
Now-
inside.
You were asking questions about some different addresses on Fairview, whether they be 32 or 35. Do you know where either 32 or 35 is located in relation to 34?
it would be next to each other in sequential order.
Nothing further.
That's it.
Okay.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All
Yeah.
right, you're all set, officer. Thank you.
All right, next witness.
Mr. Lally, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, the call with the call Officer Steven Mullaney to the stand.
Okay.
Stephen Mullaney.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give in the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You can stand or sit, sir, whatever is more comfortable. Just make sure you speak into the microphone, please. Hey, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Steven Mullaney, Mullaney.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am employed by the Canton Police Department as a patrolman
How long have you been a patrolman for the Canton Police?
since July 2020 and a full-time officer since August 2021.
And if I could call your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working on that occasion?
Yes, I was working the 11:45 p.m. to 7:45 a.m. patrol shift.
And were you dispatched to a call shortly after 6 a.m. on the 29th?
Yes, I was.
And where were you dispatched to and what was that in regards?
34 Fairview Road for a unresponsive party.
Now, if I could turn back just for a second, as far as when you're assigned as far as a patrolman with the Canton Police, are there different sort of geographic sectors within the town to which you're assigned?
Yep, I was assigned to the east sector.
And is Fairview Road within that east sector?
It's the west sector.
So you were assigned to the east sector, but dispatched to a call in the west sector, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know why that was?
Yes, east. The east sector backs up the west sector.
Oh, the police are now
Prior
coming to arrest this
on,
guy.
The 28th.
Why are the cops
into
always coming
29th.
for the
Were you-
Why
prosecution's
don't you hold on a
witnesses?
minute for that?
It's hilarious. Every time they
Okay.
testify, it's like
Go
the
ahead,
cops
Mr.
show
Lally.
up.
Oh, thank you. So on the 28th, going into the 29th, what, if any, awareness did you have as far as the weather forecast or sort of what?
Arrest this man for
what was
perjury.
Predicted is coming.
I believe around midnight it began to snow.
And that's while you're on shift, is that correct?
Yes.
When you're on shift and you're on patrol, particularly when there's a weather situation as far as snow or something like that, what is it that you're doing on patrol?
Well, I stayed in the parking lot that shift, so didn't get stuck anywhere.
And as far as the snow that was predicted and the snow that fell,
Wait, you think
how
so?
much precipitation, what kind of a storm was it?
Well, by the morning it was pretty heavy snow.
And by the morning, by what time?
Well, around 6 a.m.
By the time that you were dispatched to that call, we were just talking about the snow was picking up and getting heavy.
Yes.
And
It's possible.
as you were, so you were at the station when you received the
It's
dispatch,
possible,
is that
Kenny.
correct?
Correct. Yes.
And about how far away is Fairview Road from where you were at the station?
Mile and a half, 2 miles.
And can you describe to the jury sort of the route that you took going from the station?
She has
to Fairview
food.
at that
Yep.
point?
She
I
has
took a
dry
right onto
food,
Washington Street
always
from the station,
available.
and then I took a
We're
right
just
onto
not giving
Dedham
her wet
Street
food
from
yet
Washington
because she's
Street,
been acting up.
a left onto Cedar Crest from Dedham, and then a left onto Fairview Road from Cedar Crest.
And so Fairview Road runs sort of between two other more major roads in Canton, fair to say?
Yes.
And you mentioned Cedar Crest, is that correct?
Yes.
And Cedar Crest is off of Dedham.
Correct.
And so what is the other sort of major road on the other sort of intersecting side of Fairview Road?
Chapman Street.
So when you're coming from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, about how far into Fairview is 34?
2 houses down on the right.
So the house would have been on your right, is that correct?
Correct.
And in addition to yourself, who, if anyone else from your department was dispatched to this call as well?
Officer Saraf.
And who, if anyone, arrived first?
Officer Saraf had arrived prior to my arrival.
And Officer Saraf, as far as which direction was his cruiser facing? The same as yours, directly at yours, or something else?
I don't recall.
You recall seeing Officer Saraf during your en route time, sort of between the station and arriving on the scene?
I do not know.
Now, as far as when you're driving from the station to the scene, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the road conditions, visibility, anything like that?
Visibility was difficult. I don't exactly recall how far you could see, but it was definitely coming down.
And at this point in time, on January 29th, just after 6 a.m., what is sort of the lighting conditions? Has the sun come up yet? Is it dark out, or what's going on?
It was still dark out.
And if you recall, what was sort of the vehicular traffic on the roadway between the station and your arrival on Fairview Road?
I don't recall there being any traffic.
Now, as far as when you are coming to the scene, do you recall whether or not you had to activate sort of your lights or your sirens or anything like that?
I believe I would have used the blue lights.
Do you recall using sirens?
I do not recall whether or not I used sirens.
And if you know, about how much time elapsed between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrive on Fairview?
3 minutes approximately.
And when you arrive there, what, if anything, is sort of the first thing that you see?
I saw Officer Saraf towards like the front lawn, kind of surrounding the victim. There's a couple other people as well. And the fire department was on arrival right about the same time.
Is it just me, or does his speech
so,
sound a little slurred?
Beyond
I'm not
yourself and
joking.
Officer
I'm not
Sarah
trying to be a
from
dick
Canton,
here.
Were there other sort of
Am I the only
talents
one who
that's
like
dispatched
detects a
as
little
well?
slur?
The fire department.
Or
And when
maybe
the fire-
maybe
when
that's
you
just
say
his
the fire
accent.
department,
Again, I'm not
how
trying to be a
many
dick.
sort
I'm
of
being
vehicles
sincere.
Or what was their response as far as?
I believe they had a fire engine and ambulance.
And do you recall if the fire engine and the ambulance came from sort of the same side as you from Cedar Crest, or did they come into the scene from the same, from the opposite side as far as from,
I think they had come down Chapman Street to Fairview, and they were facing towards Cedar Crest.
now, so you arrive there, you see Officer Saraf and people from the fire department, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that you saw a person on person on the ground, is that correct?
Yes.
And just for clarity purposes, at some point subsequent
Oh, is
to
that
this,
what
you
it
were able
is?
to identify the person that was on the ground, is that correct?
Accent
Yes.
of upper,
That was John
middle,
O'Keefe,
upper
is that
class,
correct?
upper
Yes,
middle
sir.
class.
And
Okay, I take it back. I have no idea.
where the other people that you indicated were there, where were they in relation to John?
Maybe that's what it is. He sounds nervous.
I think I don't really recall where everybody was upon my arrival, but I think everyone was kind of like in the vicinity around the like the curb to the street.
Now, as far as when you're first
Aprexia?
arriving,
What's
and you're pulling
aprexia?
up to the scene, were you able to see Mr. O'Keefe on the ground at that point, or did?
I had to
A
get.
motor speech
I saw people around him, but I had to get closer before I saw the victim on
Maybe.
the ground.
And so the other people that you saw around him, were they kneeling down, standing up, or something else?
I believe Officer Saraf was
affects the
still
person's
standing
ability to
up. I don't
speak.
recall anyone else.
Interesting.
And so
Oh,
fair
he
to
is in
say you
speech
saw
there?
Officer
Oh, your
Saraf
son, not
standing
him.
up
Got you,
near
got
Mr.
you.
O'Keefe before you actually
I'm sorry to
saw
hear that,
Mr.
man.
O'Keefe, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Now, this particular area
This is
where
so Branger
you saw
Bronc.
Officer Saraf standing up and Officer O'Keefe, I'm sorry, Mr. O'Keefe, Officer O'Keefe on the ground. What, if any, sort of additional ambient
was
lighting
good.
did you
That was
observe
good.
in that area? Was there any street lights or anything like that around?
That was good.
Not that I recall.
Now, in addition to Officer Saraf, at some point did you encounter some other individuals or civilian people on scene?
Yep. Miss Jen McCabe.
And in addition to Ms. McCabe, were there any other female parties there as well?
Yeah. Carrie Roberts.
And in addition to Ms. Roberts, was there any other female parties there?
Yes. Miss Reed.
And just to be clear, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. Could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Black dress.
That's a record reflect identification.
Yes.
Now, prior to this call, did you have any prior sort of familiarity with Karen Reed?
No.
With John O'Keefe?
No.
With Jennifer McCabe?
No.
With Carrie Roberts?
No.
Yeah.
And
I
when you
looked it
arrive
up.
and you make those
Thanks.
sort of initial observations, where is it that you go? What, if anything, do you do?
Fire department began their life-saving measures, and at one point we were able to get him onto the stretcher or onto a backboard, I believe it's called, and then onto a stretcher.
And what, if any, involvement did you have with that?
I assisted the fire department in placing him on the backboard and then helping get him onto the stretcher.
It's definitely an accent. I hear it now.
Now, as far as you mentioned that
I had to tab out.
where you came and located Mr. O'Keefe, you recall sort of what position his body was in when you first observed him?
He was lying face up, was back on the ground.
And you recall where he was in relation to the roadway, if you could tell?
Yeah, he was on the front lawn. But I didn't know exactly where the curb was, but I would think about, approximately 10 feet from the curb.
And so you mentioned that you couldn't tell exactly where the curb was. Why is that?
There was snow on the ground.
So the snow sort of covered the curb at that time that you're there, is that correct?
Yes.
But you approximate it was about 10 feet into the lawn.
Yeah.
And the snow on the ground that you observed at the time when you first arrived, about how much snow had accumulated on the ground?
I'd say at that point, approximately 6 inches.
And what, if any, snow did you observe on any part of Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first saw him?
There was really no snow, but you could tell that he had been in the conditions. It was almost as if
1 second, guys.
There
I have a call about my jury trial tomorrow. I'll be right back.
like water, kind of like frozen on kind of to his face.
And did you make any observations, or what, if any, observations did you make beyond his face as far as sort of the rest of his body?
I don't recall really any other observations.
Do you recall how he was dressed?
I do not.
Do you recall any, what, if any, snow was on any other part of his body?
I do not.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as far as any injuries to Mr. O'Keefe at that initial time?
I did not recall any injuries.
So nothing stood out to you, is that correct?
No, correct.
And you assist the fire department getting him onto a backboard, correct?
Yes,
And where did Mr. O'Keefe go from there?
to the ambulance.
Did you go to the ambulance as well?
Not that I recall, no.
So fire department sort of takes over care of Mr. O'Keefe at that point.
Yes.
So after Mr. O'Keefe is lifted up, when he's lifted up, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the grounds that had been underneath Mr. O'Keefe and where he was?
I didn't recall anything. Observe anything? No,
Out to you?
no,
You recall even looking sort of in that area?
no. I think he was in front of me, so I wouldn't have seen what was under him.
And so after Mr. O'Keefe is taken by members of the fire department over to the ambulance, what is it that you did?
Officer Saraf, at that point, we were trying to identify the victim, so I spoke to Miss McCabe.
And without sort of anything that Ms. McCabe told you, about how long period of time did you talk to Ms. McCabe gathering information?
Approximately 2 minutes.
And who, if anyone else, did you speak with attempting to gather information regarding Ms. Rose?
Miss McCabe is the only one I recall speaking to.
Now, as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if anything, do you recall her sort of doing as you're on scene and as you're going about what you're trying to do?
She was screaming, "Is that my boyfriend? Is he dead?"
When you say screaming in a fairly loud voice, correct?
Very, very loud, yes.
And as far as that sort of phraseology, as far as is he dead, how many times was that something she said? Once, more than once, or something?
Repeated many times.
And with the same sort of volume that she had said it with, as you described the first time?
Yes.
And as far as, if you know, about how long was the ambulance on scene before it left to go to the hospital?
10 minutes approximately.
Do you know what hospital it went to?
Good Samaritan.
And after the ambulance left and went to the hospital, where did the three women that you're talking about being defendant, Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, where did they go?
I believe they left the scene.
So did you have any, or what, if any, conversations did you have with any of them following that?
None.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, the defendant, is concerned, what, if anything, else did you observe as far as her saying or her demeanor or anything like that?
Just the screams and she was very distraught.
Now, at some point, did Ms. Reed sort of stay in one place, or where did Ms. Reed go sort of around the cruisers and the ambulance and all of that?
I believe she went into one of the vehicles. I don't know if it was a cruiser or one of the cars. To stay warm.
And the other two women that were with her, as far as Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, were they in the same general vicinity as the defendant, or were they separated, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Now, at some point after they had left the scene, what, if anything, were you advised by your dispatch in regard to Ms. Reed?
We were dispatched that, or Canton Control had advised us that she's making suicidal statements.
And so based on that, what, if anything, did you or the other officers that you were on scene with do at that point?
I don't recall exactly who, but someone had called Ms. Roberts to have Ms. Reed come back to the scene, and we section 12 there.
And so about how much time elapsed between the time that you learned that from dispatch and the time that Ms. Reed arrives back on scene with Ms.
5 minutes, approximately.
Now, you mentioned that there may have been other officers on scene, correct?
Yes.
So in addition to yourself and Officer Saraf, who, if anyone else from your department arrived on scene while you were there?
Sergeant Good arrived, Sergeant Link at the time, and Lieutenant Gallagher.
And when was that in relation to when yourself and Officer Saraf arrived on scene?
Sergeant Good was there shortly after, and then Sergeant Link shortly after him, and then Lieutenant Gallagher after that.
And in total, as far as sort of the earliest and the longest, about how long was it until Lieutenant Gallagher arrived on scene?
I'd say less than 45 minutes.
And in total, how long was it that you were on scene that morning?
90 minutes to 2 hours.
And during the course of time that you were on scene, at some point, did the sun come up?
Yes.
And during the time that you were on scene, as far as the conditions, and let me ask just a little bit more about that. So you indicated something about snow being on the ground and not being able to see the curb, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, sort of other things in addition to that, from a weather perspective? What was the temperature out at that time?
It was very cold. It's cold.
Could you, or do you have any estimate as far as to how cold?
25, and it was windy.
And when you say windy, could you expound upon that as far as like what kind of wind? Like, are we talking constant wind, gusts, or something?
I would say gust to constant.
And fairly strong winds, light winds, what kind of?
Not necessarily strong, light winds, but it was definitely windy.
And during that sort of total time, about 90 minutes or so that you were on scene, was the weather consistent throughout that entire period that you were on scene?
That I recall, yes.
Now, in the area where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe's body on the lawn, after his body was removed by the fire department, what, if anything, did you observe sort of in that general area?
Nothing.
Now, again, you said that Ms. Reed was brought back to the scene or around Fairview Road at the same time by Ms. Roberts, correct?
Correct.
You know where she went from there?
She was transported to Good Samaritan.
Different ambulance than had taken Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct, different ambulance, yep.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, you assisted getting him onto the backboard, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you also assist getting him onto the stretcher?
Yes.
And beyond sort of the visual observations that you made, did you have occasion to, in that process, have any sort of tactile observations? Did you come into contact with Mr. O'Keefe's body at any point?
No.
Beyond what you've already testified to, did you make any other observations at any point of Mr. O'Keefe, his body, or any injuries?
No, not that I recall.
Sir, I'm going to direct your attention up to the screen over here. Ms. Gilman, if you could just put up Exhibit 25 and just sort of pause it as soon as it comes up. So, Officer Mullaney, I'm directing your attention to the screen and what's been marked as Exhibit 25. Generally speaking, what's depicted up on the screen here, is that consistent with what you recall as far as the conditions when you were responding to Fairview Road that morning?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could ask for exhibit number 3. Yes. I'm sorry, exhibit number 9. And Officer Mullaney, directing your attention to what's up on the screen, has been previously marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize?
That's 34 Fairview.
Is that how it's depicted in that photograph? Is that a relatively fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed of the residents on the morning of January 29, 2022?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18. And again, Officer Mullaney, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize what's depicted in exhibit 8?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That's 34 Fairview.
That's sort of a different view, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the residents, if I'm standing on the street and I'm facing the residents as in the previous photograph, the area of the lawn where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe laying on his back with his face up, would that be to the left of the residence, the right of the residence, or dead center, or something else?
Left.
And what, if anything, did you observe sort of in that general area as far as any sort of landmarks or things that were in that area?
A fire hydrant and a flagpole.
And may I approach the witness room?
Yes.
So, sir, reason that I'm going to try not to find anybody. This is a laser point, which we can push that button there.
Okay.
So, officer, if I could ask you, using that laser pointer directing, if you could direct the jury's attention to where in that photograph, if anywhere, you recall Mr. O'Keefe's body being located when you first.
Right in this area.
Thanks. If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
And officer, you can. Thanks. I have no further questions to this witness, Your Honor.
Right, cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
Officer Mullaney, you and I have never met before, correct?
Correct.
We've never spoken about this case.
No.
Is it fair to say that when you were dispatched to 34 Fairview Road on January 29th of 2022, you were a part-time officer at that point?
No, I was full-time.
When did you start at the Canton Police Department?
July 2020.
Did you start as a part-time officer?
I did.
Oh, I see. I misunderstood your testimony. You actually became full-time in August of 2021.
Correct, sir. Yes.
All right. So you had been full-time at that point for about 6 months when you received this call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say that you were the junior officer on scene?
Yes, it is.
You had testified that you approached Fairview from the Cedar Crest side, correct?
Yes.
34 Fairview Road is much closer to the Cedar Crest side than it is to the Chapman side, correct? And when you take a left on Cedar Crest to enter Fairview Road, 34 Fairview is the second house on the right. Does that make sense?
From Cedar Crest, yes.
Yes. And you were quickly surmising that whatever action was taking place there was taking place on the front lawn of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the first things that you saw was there appeared to be a woman giving CPR to somebody on the ground.
Yeah, yes.
You didn't know who that woman was at the time, correct?
No, sir.
But you later learned her identity.
Yes, I don't recall which female it was that was giving CPR though.
Okay. So you don't recall that it was Karen Reed who was giving CPR to John O'Keefe?
I don't know who it was.
At some point in time, you came in contact with Karen Reed, correct, while you were on scene?
Not direct contact, but I was on scene when she was there.
I mean, you were there until about 8 a.m., correct?
Yes.
And you were dispatched shortly after 6 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
You were there for approximately 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
You were there when Karen Reed was there when you showed up, correct?
Yes.
She left and she came back to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you were there when she came back, correct?
Yes, sir.
So with regard to your contact with her, she certainly was within eyeshot, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you actually at some points were closer to her than you are to me right now, correct?
Yeah.
How close did you get to her?
10 feet.
All right. With the court's permission, I'd like to walk toward you and have you stop me when I'm at the point when you were at your closest to Karen Reed. What can I do that, Your Honor?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Right there.
Okay. And when you were this close to her, and you're estimating this to be about 10 feet, correct?
Sure.
When you were this close to her, was there anything blocking your view of her face?
Not that I recall.
All right. You noticed, obviously, that she had blood on her face, correct?
I did not notice that. No.
You didn't notice that she had blood in her hair.
I did not notice that.
You did notice that she was absolutely hysterical.
Yes.
She was completely distraught.
Yes.
She appeared to be in shock.
Yes.
And there was a contrast between that demeanor that you observed with regard to Karen Reed and the demeanor of one of the other women on scene, Jennifer McCabe, was there not?
Can you kind of explain further?
Sure. Karen Reed was screaming, correct?
Yes.
She was yelling, correct?
Yes.
She was hysterical and distraught, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was not.
Correct.
And you actually had more contact, direct contact with Jennifer McCabe that morning, correct?
Yes.
And you spoke to Jennifer McCabe for a good 2 minutes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Face to face.
Yes, sir.
You were closer to Jennifer McCabe than you ever got to Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You were able to observe her demeanor.
Yes.
You were able to hear her tone of voice.
Yes.
You were able to hear how loudly she was speaking, correct?
Yes.
You were able to hear how quickly she was speaking.
Yes.
During those 2 minutes that you were face to face closer to Jennifer McCabe, she was not screaming, correct?
Correct.
She was not yelling.
Correct.
She was not hysterical.
Correct.
She was not distraught.
Yes.
She was calm.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it, but let's move on.
Jennifer McCabe didn't have any blood on her face, correct?
No.
And you didn't see any blood in Jennifer McCabe's hair, correct?
No.
Now, with regard to what you heard Karen Reed scream that morning, I just want to make sure I get your testimony correct. I believe on direct examination, you stated that she kept repeating two phrases, one being, "Is he dead?" and the second being, "That's my boyfriend," correct?
Yes.
And how many times do you think that she repeated those two phrases?
It's quite a bit, more than 10.
Okay, like almost too many times to count, really.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And each time she said, "Is he dead?" what was her tone of voice?
Screaming very loudly.
Each time she said, "Is that my boyfriend?" what was her tone of voice?
Same.
And you got there not long after Officer Saraf, correct?
Correct.
In any of during the time, let me strike that, during the time that you were on scene and you heard Karen Reed screaming and yelling in this distraught and hysterical manner, You never once heard her say, "I did it," correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, "It's my fault," correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," correct?
I did not.
If you had heard any of those statements, you would have recognized that those would have been important to note, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would have noted those in your police report, obviously, correct?
Yes.
Because you know that when you're drafting a police report, you want to include all the important details, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you want to be precise and accurate, correct?
Yes.
And so you didn't put those statements in your report because you never heard those statements come out of Karen Reed's mouth.
Yes, sir.
Now, while you were on scene, at some point in time, you were asked to participate in a search for evidence on that front lawn, were you not?
I was standing by. I didn't directly search for anything that I recall.
All right, and when you say you were standing by the area where John O'Keefe's body had been,
Yes.
correct? And how close were you to that area?
I was like right off the curb at that point on the street.
How many feet from from where the body had been?
10 to 12 feet. 15
Okay,
feet.
so maybe about the same distance as when I walked toward you, around that distance?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And how much time did you spend around that distance from where John O'Keefe's body had been?
I don't recall.
You were there for 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that you were sort of in and around that area multiple times during that 2 hours?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody put up any crime scene tape at all?
I don't recall that.
You recall other officers sort of searching that area, correct?
Yes.
And while you were near that area, you were certainly paying attention to it, correct?
Yes.
Did you see officers use any equipment to clear some of the snow in that area?
Yes, sir.
What did you see?
There was a leaf blower.
Where did that leaf blower come from?
I don't know.
Who had the leaf blower?
I believe it was Lieutenant Gallagher.
When did Lieutenant Gallagher arrive on scene?
45 minutes after I did, approximately. I don't recall the exact time.
And how big was that leaf blower?
Not too big. It was
Was it handheld or was it something that you pushed?
handheld.
And who used the leaf blower?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
At what area or on what area did he use that leaf blower?
The front lawn.
And would that have been around the area where John O'Keefe's body had been?
Yes.
And you were watching him as he did that, correct?
Yes.
What other officers were in that area sort of watching what was going on or participating in the search for what was going on?
I don't necessarily recall where everybody was, but I believe it would be Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good.
And they were superior officers, correct?
Correct.
And you understood that these brother officers of yours were looking for evidence, right?
Yes.
They were looking for clues about potentially what had happened to John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And you were paying attention too as they were doing their work, correct?
Yes.
You were looking for anything that might have been out of place, correct?
Yes.
If there was something large there that didn't appear to, be appropriate for a front lawn, you would have made note of that, correct?
Yes.
And if there was something small there, you would have still made note of that if it didn't appear to belong on a front lawn, correct?
Yes.
At any point in time, either before or after the leaf blower was taken out by Lieutenant Gallagher, did you see 45 pieces of bright red, black, and clear plastic pieces scattered all over the scene?
I did not.
did you find even or see even one piece of broken plastic?
I did not.
Now, when you came to the scene, John O'Keefe was still lying on the ground, correct?
Yes.
Did you see whether or not there were any blankets on scene?
No.
Did you know that one of the women on scene had a sister who lived in that very house?
I did not.
When you were speaking with Jennifer McCabe, at any point, did you learn whether she had actually gone into that house at all?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see Jennifer McCabe approach that house at any point when you were on scene?
No.
Were you alerted at any point by anyone that she went into that house while you were on scene?
No.
Did you ever see Jennifer McCabe come out of that house with blankets or anything else that might comfort John O'Keefe?
No.
What was your state of mind regarding whether there were any first responders in that house?
Wasn't aware of that.
Nobody told you?
No.
You had testified that at one point you saw Karen Reed being escorted into a motor vehicle,
Yes.
and that was one of the women on scene, her motor vehicle?
Yes, it was either that or a cruiser.
All right.
Both kind of the same area.
But you'll agree with me, at no point in time did you see Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe in a vehicle together?
Not that I recall, no.
And at no point in time did you ever hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to Google anything?
No.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, officer.
So, Officer Mullaney, you've been to other scenes in which there is a deceased person on scene, family members or friends around?
Yes.
And of those other scenes, does everybody who's a friend or a family member of the person who is injured or deceased, do they all react the same?
No.
Is every single one of them screaming and yelling different things?
No.
And there are actually 3 women on scene that morning, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there was Jennifer McCabe, there was the defendant, Miss Reed, and there was Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And did you see any blood on Miss Roberts's face or hair?
No.
Okay, was she screaming and yelling things and moving around the scene?
No.
Now, as far as the residence in 34 Fairview Road, did you see anybody go in or come out of that residence during the time that you were on scene?
No.
And as far as any of the other residences on the entire rest of the street, did you see any of the neighbors or anybody else come outside at any point in time?
I did not.
I have nothing further.
One question, if I might.
Okay.
Recross.
Sure.
And I don't mean to be a wise guy, sir, but did any of the other neighbors on the entire street have the body of a dead police officer on their front lawn?
Objection,
No.
Your Honor.
All right. So that's sustained. All right. You are all set, sir.
Thank you.
All right, folks, it's 11 o'clock. We'll take our morning recess, 15 minutes.
All right, please. Close your notebooks. Make sure
Hey everybody, sorry for the delay. Woo! If you if you heard what I've been going through the past, I don't know, 45 minutes. Oh my god. Oh shoot. Bloody hell. It is unbelievable. It is unbelievable. Please. It's hard to work two jobs simultaneously sometimes, but I make it work. Don't ask me how. I missed it. What did I miss? You missed. I missed the leaf blower. Hey, babe, I missed the leaf blower. Is the leaf blower gonna testify? Well, how do you cross-examine a leaf blower? Man, you really suck. Could you tell us about how much sucking you have done? No, sorry, not sucking. I believe the leaf blower has been testifying since opening statements. Court is back? No, it's not. Wait, was there a defense question? All right, let me see if I can find it.
You were paying attention to, recognized. So with regard to your contact with her, she certainly was within eyeshot, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you actually at some points were closer to her than you are to me right now, correct?
Yeah.
How close did you get to her?
10 feet.
All right. With the court's permission, I'd like to walk toward you and have you stop me when I'm at the point when you were at your closest to Karen Reed. What can I do that, Your Honor?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Right there.
Okay. Officers of yours were looking for evidence, right?
Yes.
They were looking for clues about potentially what had happened to John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And you were paying attention too as they were doing their work, correct?
Yes.
You were looking for anything that might have been out of place, correct?
Yes.
If there was something large there that didn't appear to, be appropriate for a front lawn, you would have made note of that, correct?
Yes.
And if there was something small there, you would have still made note of that if it didn't appear to belong on a front lawn, correct?
Yes.
At any point in time, either before or after the leaf blower was taken out by Lieutenant Gallagher, did you see 45 pieces of bright red, black, and clear plastic pieces scattered all over the scene?
I did not.
Did you find even or see even one piece of broken plastic?
I did not.
Now, when you came to the scene, John O'Keefe was still lying on the ground, correct?
Yes.
You've been to other scenes in which there is a deceased person on scene, family members or friends around?
Wait, hold on.
Being escorted into a motor vehicle,
Yes.
and that was one of the women on scene, her motor vehicle?
Yes, it was either that or a cruiser.
All right.
Both kind of in the same area.
But you'll agree with me, at no point in time did you see Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe in a vehicle together?
Not that I recall, no.
And at no point in time did you ever hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe
Doing things and moving around the scene?
No.
Oh, here we go.
See any blood on Ms. Roberts' face or hair?
No.
Okay. Was she screaming and yelling things and moving around the scene?
No.
Now, as far as the residence in 34 Fairview Road, did you see anybody go in or come out of that residence during the time that you were on scene?
No.
And as far as any of the other residences on the entire rest of the street, did you see any of the neighbors or anybody else come outside at any point in time?
I did not.
I have nothing further.
One question, if I might.
Okay,
Recross.
sure.
And I don't mean to be a wise guy, sir, but did any of the other neighbors on the entire street have the body of a dead police officer on their front lawn?
Objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, so that's sustained. All right. You are all set, sir.
Thank you.
What? Wait, I'm sorry,
Folks,
what?
it's, you are
On their front lawn? Neighbors on the entire, I don't mean to be a wise guy, sir, but did any of the other neighbors on the entire street have the body of a dead police officer on their front lawn?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh,
all right,
yeah.
so
Did any of the
that's
other
sustained.
officers
All right. You are all
had
set, sir.
a body of a dead police officer? Because
Right,
they said it
folks,
was
it's
32,
11 o'clock.
34.
We'll take our morning
5 curfew.
recess, 15 minutes.
Yeah, no, that's a valid question. That is a valid question. That's a valid question. Because it was 32 Fairview, then it was 34 Fairview, then it was 35 Fairview. I mean, do we have just like, I mean, again, I hate to be a dick here or a wise guy, as Yannetti put it, but do we just have police officers and their dead bodies just lined up on Fairview Road? And the judge is like, I'm going to object for the Commonwealth. Shut the hell up, Judge Bev. Golly. I don't like her one bit. Like, she is literally, she's got, you know those horses that draw carriages and they have their blinders on and they're just like, and they have a carriage behind them, and all they do is just they walk across the city. Every offense intended. That's what Judge Bev reminds me of. That's what Judge Cannoni reminds me of. The horse that has blinders on and just walks around the city like, okay, and today we're going to do opening statements, and then tomorrow we're going to do cross-examination, and then tomorrow we're going to, it's just like a horse, just like, periodically he has to stop, maybe eat some hay. Do you understand? Like, this is the kind of judge that we have. It is literally just the horse with the carriage just going around the city in circles, has no idea what's going on. The blinders are there. That's why they can't see anything except the road in front of them. She can't even turn to the left to be like, you do realize how insane this case sounds. And she's like, I'm for the prosecution. She has shown her bias. Exactly. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I forgot. I'm sorry. Here, let me try it again. I'm going to hell. I already know this. You don't have to tell me twice. I'm a Jew. We don't believe in hell. Don't ever do that again, please. Imagine showing up on the street right now. What is he doing? Why is he imitating a horse? Oh, I'm not saying that she looks like one. I'm saying she is acting like one. Big difference.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mr. Timothy Nuttall to the stand.
Who?
Face the clock. Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
You can stand or sit, whatever makes you more comfortable, sir.
And just bring that microphone down to you. Thank you.
How's that?
Okay. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Timothy Nuttall. Last name is Nuttall, Nuttall.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic with the town of Canton.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic in the town?
I believe 5 years and coming up on 6.
And prior to working in that capacity with the town of Canton, what, if any, other employment have you had within sort of the same field as far as being a paramedic?
To back up significantly, I got my EMT certification when I was still in high school.
Wow.
Through CMTI out of
Good for him.
Weymouth. They're now owned by Brewster Ambulance. From there, I was employed by Cataldo Ambulance. I worked primarily in the city of Chelsea, running BLS transfers and eventually 911 shifts in that city, in that area of the world, if you will. From there, I decided I liked it. I decided to enroll in paramedic school. I went to the same school I went for my BLS certification, back to CMTI. I obtained my paramedic right before I turned 21. I stayed in the same
You
area,
guys are relentless.
primarily in Chelsea, and eventually edged my way into Everett a little bit and worked up there for about 7 years. During that time, I decided to be enroll into fire suppression side of things. So I was hired by the town of Scituate. I was put through the Mass Fire Academy out of Stowe, class 268 in Stowe, and worked for the Scituate Fire Department for about 18 months, and then transferred to the Canton Fire Department in November of 2019.
Just a couple questions about what you had just spoken about. So when you use the term sort of BLS, what is that?
So in EMS, there's two kind of branches. BLS is basic life support, which is EMT basic. Smaller skill set, if you will. Still running 911 emergencies, but that was kind of the stepping stone to see if you could do the job, if you like the job, and then you can advance on to ALS, advanced life support, which is the paramedic side of things. That's a broader skill set, many more medications, many more interventions that we can perform in the field. Obviously, I enjoyed the BLS side, so I advanced to the ALS side.
Now, as far as starting with becoming an EMT, what, if any, and you
Nerd
mentioned you went
alert.
to CMTI school, but what type of education do you require prior to getting any sort of graduating or certification or something like that? What are the classes like?
So it kind of runs the gambit for emergency medicine. You start mostly with anatomy and physiology, the human body. Progresses down to how those illnesses can progress and the natures of illness. Once that's kind of understood, then we advance on to pharmacology and interventions, just basic interventions that you can do. And then the basic interventions are further progressed into more advanced interventions throughout the program. Once you complete your didactic portion, where all that is kind of in the books, you then progress to clinical time in hospital. I can't speak to the hours off the top of my head. I can't remember, but many hours in the hospital, and then you progress to your field ride time, where you're in the back of an ALS ambulance with a preceptor, performing those skills, being evaluated and being watched to make sure you're not causing any harm or going down the wrong treatment pathways. From there, once you complete that, you sit your national paramedic written. I'm a nationally certified paramedic, so I had to sit that written, and then finally a practical examination. And once you pass all that, you're certified to be a paramedic.
Thank
And
you.
so with respect to both your training as far as becoming an EMT and then your training as far as becoming a paramedic, there's sort of a written portion and a practical portion as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you use the term in there as far as a preceptor? What exactly does that mean within your?
So a preceptor is a senior paramedic who's been practicing for, it varies from place to place, but the standard is usually 3 to 5 years, who will watch you to make sure that you're not, like I said, drifting down the wrong path. In
RJ Medic already catching him on some lies.
Making sure that your care is adequate and
We got an EMT
not
in the
doing any
chat.
harm. My preceptors that I was with, they were medics in the city of Brockton, so they had been around for a little while, and they were excellent at what they did, and they taught me quite a bit.
Somebody
I
get
learned
this
quite a bit in my
DNA.
right time from them.
And in your role, post getting your certification in regard to those, have you acted as a preceptor for other?
Maybe
sort
he
of
was 18.
Younger, less experienced?
Yeah, so I was a field training
Maybe he did
officer
a-
for the Cataldo for a brief stint right before I
That's
I
a
left
good
the
point.
company.
That's a good point.
And I am currently a
Damn.
field training
We didn't get
officer for
him.
the town of Canton.
Shucks. Not on that one.
And with respect to those certifications, is that sort of like a one-time blessing in perpetuity, or is there a continuing educational recertification process?
Right now for the town of Canton, that's a bidded position. I submitted an application writing and I was selected. So I am currently on my group. I am our field training officer for my group, Group 2.
And my apologies, poor question on my part. I was asking sort of more in general. So beyond the sort of preceptor.
Yeah, you can be 18 in high school.
faction of that, just in regard to, in general, being an EMT and a paramedic, as far as your certifications are concerned, is that something that you have to?
I was 17
continue,
when I graduated high school.
Is there any sort of recertification process, and how often is that?
Oh, I apologize. Okay, yes. So every 2 years, we're required, both by the national component and the state component, to complete certain amount of hours per year for
Why
your
is Judge Bev, like,
recertification.
shifting
I
in her
actually
chair?
just
Do you see
recently
that?
recertified in March.
Watch this.
I can't
This is
speak to the
Beverly.
exact number of hours, but there's a national component, state component, and a local component, and the trainings are quite in-depth.
Now, turning your attention to your work with the Canton Fire Department, how many fire stations are there within the town of Canton?
We have 2 fire stations.
And where are they located?
Station 1 is 99 Revere Street, and Station 2 is 7 Sassamon Street.
And when you're working with the Canton Fire Department, is there a typical kind of schedule or shift schedule that you're working on?
So my work schedule is I work 1 24-hour shift, 1 24-hour off, 1 24-hour shift on, and then 5 consecutive 24s off.
And as far as a 24-hour shift, what time to what time does that run with the Canton Fire?
For us, we report at 0800 to 0800.
So 8 a.m. to 8 a.m.?
Yes.
And within both of those station houses, how much sort of apparatus, or how many different sort of vehicles and apparatus do you have within each of those station houses?
For Station 1, 99 Revere Street, we have Car 5 staffed with a captain. We have Engine 3 staffed with 1 lieutenant, 2 firefighters, and Ambulance 1, who is staffed with two firefighters. We do have a PB waiver, so we will run paramedic basic on Ambulance 1. However, that is primarily a double medic ambulance. And for Station 2, it's a very similar setup. It is Engine 4 with 2 firefighters and a lieutenant, and Ambulance 2 with the same setup as Ambulance 1. Both those stations also have ladders that run out of them, ladder 1 and ladder 2 respectively. And the crews from Ambulance 1 or Ambulance 2 will crossband those ladders as needed.
Now, with respect, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th, sort of Friday into a Saturday, do you recall 2022? Recall those days? Were you working one of those 2 days?
I was scheduled to work the morning of the 29th, I believe.
You were scheduled to work essentially the morning, 8 a.m. on the 29th until 8 a.m. on the 30th. Correct. And prior to, or the 28th, sort of going into the 29th, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as weather that had been forecasted or that was reported to come?
I was aware that there was a significant storm, supposedly. Well, there was a significant storm coming through. I woke up very early that morning just to check. I took a peek outside of my house. I live in the city of Brockton. I noticed that the conditions it was starting to snow a little bit. So I got up early and got ready for work and left earlier than I normally do.
And about what time, which station were you assigned to on that?
I was at Station 1, 99 Revere Street, and I was on Ambulance 1 for the day.
And about what time did you arrive at Station 1?
Due to the inclement weather, I believe I arrived several hours early. I showed up to the station around 5:45, 5:50 that morning.
And around the time that you were driving from your home to Station 1 in Canton, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of driving conditions, visibility, anything else?
The snow was starting to accumulate. The roads, I drove through several towns, but the roads were starting to be treated, but they weren't pristine. There was obviously a buildup of snow starting on my ride, which was part of the reason I left early, just either to relieve people if they needed to get out before the storm really hit, or just to help them with snow removal.
And to that point, when it comes to sort of snow removal at the fire station, what, if any, sort of duties and responsibilities do yourself and the other firefighters have to in relation to snow removal around the station?
So we're responsible around the station to keep what we refer to as the apron clear of snow.
No, they have to lay the foundation. It's fine.
Into and out of the station.
Lally's doing his job
so we
for
remove
once.
all that ourselves. We have a plow truck. However, we'll also shovel walkways and stuff for the public if they need to get in. So that was one of the primary. For the crew was actually outside removing snow when I pulled in to the station that morning.
Interesting observation, Shelley.
It may be pretty self-explanatory, but as far as the apron itself, why is it so necessary that the apron remain clear as far as snow is concerned?
Just to maintain a path for the emergency apparatus to get in and out in a timely manner.
Now, beyond sort of the snow accumulation that you noted on your way to work that day, what, if anything else, did you note as far as the weather conditions, whether it be temperature, winds, anything to that effect?
They were approaching blizzard conditions. It was windy. It was still very early in the morning, so it was quite dark, and it was windy and snowy. So we were approaching blizzard conditions, like I said.
And when you arrived there, did a call come into your station sometime around or shortly after 6 o'clock in the morning on the 29th?
Yeah, I arrived, as I previously stated, around 5:50. I had put my gear, my firefighting structural gear, out with ambulance 1, just in the event that there was an emergency. And as I was doing that, the emergency tones went off for a medical.
Do you recall what was the report in regard to, what was dispatch in regard to as far as the medical was concerned?
The overhead dispatch came in as a unresponsive male in a snowbank at 34 Fairview Road, outside. Unclear any further information. So when that came on, we had one of the paramedics that morning and one of the firefighters who was a relatively new firefighter. I made the decision to step onto the ambulance to provide an extra set of hands as one of the more senior paramedics in the station at the time.
And correct me if I'm wrong, when you step onto the ambulance, you're essentially still sort of getting your gear on and getting dressed, right?
Correct. I was, as the tones were going off, and because I came in so early, I was still in civilian clothing. I had a Canton Fire t-shirt on. So I actually donned my turnout gear for that call.
And as far as the other individuals on that ambulance 1 that were going to that call as well, who were they?
So it was firefighter paramedic Anthony Flamotti and firefighter EMT Matt Kelly.
And Mr. Kelly, he was sort of the less experienced one at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
So you get into the back of the ambulance and start going to the scene. Now, as far as other sort of vehicles or apparatus, who, if anyone, or what, if any, other sort of vehicles?
Who, if
were dispatched
anyone?
on this call as well?
The initial dispatch was Canton Engine 3.
Mark your bingo cards.
And Canton Ambulance 1.
Oh, we already got someone
due to
got a
the
bingo.
severity
Like,
of the call,
and how we're in.
depending on how it comes in. The shift commander, which is car 5, he will usually respond to any significant incident.
That's a good
So he
question.
also
I don't know if
added
he is or
himself to the call, just as a senior officer with us. So the final dispatch, I believe, was car 5, engine 3, and ambulance 1.
Yeah, he's
No,
the
who was
first witness
on
that actually
engine
knows
3
what's going
and
on.
using car 5?
He's the firefighter knows
Car
more
5
than the
was
cops.
Captain Robbery. Engine 3 was Lieutenant Greg Woodbury, firefighter Frank Walsh, and firefighter Katie McLaughlin.
As far as the ambulance 1 that you were in, obviously there's somebody driving and there's somebody in the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so who was driving and who was in the front passenger seat?
I don't want to speak out of turn. I honestly can't tell you who was driving. I was in the back. I was in the back patient compartment of the ambulance, just because there's only 2 seats up front. So I hopped in the back.
And so when you're in the back of the ambulance and you're going to the call, what is it that you're doing in sort of preparation for arrival?
So as I previously stated, I was I came in early, so I was donning my turnout gear. I had my boots and structural firefighting pants on. So I finished putting those on, and I put the rest of my gear in the back. And as we were driving to the scene of the incident, I started prepping the gear that we were going to need off the initial dispatch and unresponsive male in the snow. So I grabbed our first in bag, which has miscellaneous medical supplies, some IV supplies, and interosseous drill kit. The airway bag, which has just a bottle of oxygen, and then quite a bit of airway management supplies, and our cardiac monitor. So I had all of those prepped out and ready to go. So as soon as the ambulance was in park, we could step right out, ascertain what we had, and go from there. So when the ambulance arrived on scene, I had all 3 of those bags on my person, and we were able to, the entire ambulance crew was able to step out and provide patient care.
And as far as, if you know, approximately how much time elapsed between the time that you hear sort of the sound go off and you get in the ambulance to the time that you arrive on scene on Fairview?
I couldn't give you an accurate estimation of the time. Like I said, I was in the back. I was trying to prep everything and get myself kind of prepped just in terms of appropriate attire. So I couldn't give you a fair estimate.
And as far as when you arrive on scene, you step out of the back of the ambulance, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as the weather conditions where you were on Fairview, what, if any, difference was there between the weather conditions there versus the weather conditions when you were arriving at the station?
I remember, as I previously stated, I remember it was still very dark. The sun was not up yet. I remember the wind. It was quite windy that morning. The wind had, in my opinion, had seemed to have picked up since my drive in, and the snow was increased.
And so when you step out of the ambulance, can you describe to the jury sort of where you go and sort of what is it that you first see when you get out there?
So I stepped out of the ambulance and came around with all 3 bags. I could hear commotion. I could hear some screaming off in the distance. I couldn't really tell you where it was coming from because it was still quite dark. Came around the passenger side of the ambulance, walked in front of the ambulance. And there was a small huddle of 3 individuals and what appeared to be a human form laying in the snow. So we made our way over to that and went from there.
And when you come around the passenger side of the ambulance and you observe that and start to, are you sort of turning left or right, or how are you heading when you come around the ambulance?
I came out of the ambulance on the passenger side and I took a left.
And you make your way over to the patient on the ground, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the other people that you observed around the patient, how would you, or what, if any, description do you have of those?
There were 3 individuals. I believe they were all 3 of them were female. My primary focus was the individual in the snow on the ground. I went right to him. I kind of bypassed everybody from there and went directly to that individual.
Is that sort of typically how you approach a scene, is just sort of tunnel vision right for the patient?
Typically on a call like that, where if somebody's unresponsive on the ground, you typically go directly to the patient and ascertain if they are breathing and if they have signs of life, because that is a time-sensitive matter.
And as far as the individual, not then, but at some point subsequent, did you learn the identity of the person on the ground?
It did. It was Officer O'Keefe, John O'Keefe.
And how was Officer Mr. O'Keefe's body positioned in relation to the ground when you first approached him?
So I found him supine, laying in the snow. Immediately went to him and checked him for signs of life. We found none. We found no breathing, no pulse. So we immediately began performing high quality CPR. I was at the head of the individual, so I immediately grabbed out of our airway bag a bag valve mask and began ventilating the patient, trying to get some oxygen into him while the others on scene, like I said, began high quality CPR.
And again, maybe pretty well understood, but when you use the term supine, what exactly do you mean?
He was laying on his back.
Laying on his back, his head sort of facing up, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you are responding to a call of this nature, there's you and there's other individuals on the ambulance as well, correct?
Correct.
And is there a certain division as far as treatment and diagnosis and things of that nature are concerned between you and the other people on the ambulance?
So typically, just to use the scenario of a cardiac arrest with 2 paramedics, it's generally split into the airway individual or the airway monitor and the, lack of a better term, code monitor. The airway individual will be responsible for ventilation and eventually advanced airway placement. The other part of that equation will monitor cardiac status, cardiac activity. They will deliver medications and a route for those medications, and they will work together to monitor that patient throughout. As I said, I was on the head. I just happened to fall at the head. So I took the ventilation portion of that.
And you use the term as far as a bag valve mask, is
Yep.
that correct? Can you explain to the jury sort of what that is?
All that is it's, for lack of a better term, it's basically a glorified balloon with a mask on it. When you squeeze that bag, that forces air into the airway, so you can ventilate an individual who is no longer breathing on their own.
And as far as obviously with your work with the fire department, there are sort of records or reports that are written in regard to treatment of different individuals on any given call, correct?
Correct.
Is there an acronym that's used within those reports as far as bag valve mask?
BVM.
And turning back to sort of when you initially approach where Mr. O'Keefe is, if you know about how far away from, where is he in relation to, well, let me back up. Okay. So you arrive at this residence at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So if I'm standing on the street and I'm facing Fairview Road, is Mr. O'Keefe's body to the left, to the right, center, or something else?
I would say to the left of center.
And what, if anything, did you sort of note or observe sort of in the general area as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was?
In terms of when I got to him?
Yes.
So when I first got to him, we checked for signs of life, and I was, as stated, at the head. There was a small pool of blood that seemed to be underneath him. It was hard to ascertain, again, because of the conditions. It was still very dark. It was snowing. And it was quite windy. So we were able to check the area as best we could with our handheld lights. But that was one of the things they noted. There was just a pool of blood.
Now, where Mr. O'Keefe's body was in relation to the roadway, if you know about how far away, where was it in relation to the roadway?
I estimated it about where the sidewalk met the front lawn of that residence. That would be my best estimation.
Do you have any estimate as far as footage or anything like that?
I would say about 6-8 feet, perhaps.
That's approximately 6 to 8 feet from the curb.
Correct.
I'll be right back, you guys. Girlfriend needs help.
So you indicated that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
so
She has a
what are
name,
the
Chandler.
First things that you're checking as far as when you first arrive at a patient for this kind of.
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
That's okay. That's okay. It's my fault. So as far as when you, let me back you up for just 1 second. You use the term in there as far as cardiac arrest, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean based on your training experience?
So cardiac arrest is the cessation of a stable cardiac rhythm in terms of life. Typically, it's either asystole, pulseless electrical activity, or VFib or VTAC. Typically, you ascertain that, but there's no pulse. You check any of the pulses, be it a femoral pulse, a carotid pulse, or a radial pulse, you will find nothing. And when that is found, you go to life-saving measures, which is CPR.
And just in reference to one other term you used in there as far as asystole, if you could explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean based on your training experience.
Asystole, to put it as clear as I can, is a flat line. There's no electrical activity in the heart.
And so you're working sort of at the head of Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
And sort of while he's still on the ground, and what is it that you're specifically sort of doing in reference to your treatment?
So I was, as we talked about earlier, I had a BVM, bag valve mask, and I had Mr. O'Keefe, I was ventilating him. So I had the mask on his face, and I was giving him positive pressure breaths with that BVM.
And as you're doing that, what, if anything else, did you observe beyond sort of the blood pooling you've already talked about, as far as any tactile observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe, any visual observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe at that point outside of the ambulance?
He was dressed for the weather. He had several layers on. Other than that, our primary focus was kind of getting him extricated and out of the elements, just because it was, as stated, conditions were suboptimal, and we wanted to get him into an environment with better light.
I am with Kitten.
And some heat, so we could further assess if he had any injuries and go from there.
And so the other firefighters, paramedics, excuse me, that are on the ambulance with you, while you're doing sort of the back valve mask at his head, what, if anything, are they doing?
I believe the other firefighters that were dispatched, they were getting extrication equipment. I believe we put this individual on what we refer to as a scoop stretcher, which is basically a long plastic stretcher that we can roll an individual onto and then just pick him up, just for our safety and the safety of the patient. It's just really just a long board that we can pick up and then put onto our ambulance stretcher. So somebody was grabbing the scoop stretcher, somebody else was grabbing the ambulance stretcher, and I believe that was a coordinated effort on their part.
And I apologize for keep going back and forth, but if I could take you back just one moment before that. So when you first sort of arrived to Mr. O'Keefe, you mentioned that there are 3 females sort of huddled around. Is that correct?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe any of those females doing with respect to Mr. O'Keefe when you first got there?
That group seemed to be agitated. There was it was a scene of heightened emotions. As I stated, when I stepped out of the ambulance, I could hear screaming, I could hear people yelling, and it seemed just to be, that group was just quite agitated.
Kind of like my cat right now, agitated.
Now,
no, she's fine.
at some point you get him on the scoop stretcher and then over to the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to the ambulance, what, if anything, did you note as far as what, if any, difference was there in the lighting in the back of the ambulance versus on the front lawn?
The lighting was significantly better. All of our ambulances have fluorescent lighting in the ceiling of the ambulance, so those were on, and we were able to see that there was some more injuries once we were able to.
It's terrifying that their best witness is a firefighter so far.
And so, to that point, when you sort of first get into the back of the ambulance, what is sort of
who does zero of the investigation?
What is it that each of you are sort of doing with respect to patient care at that point?
So the biggest priority is continuous high quality CPR. And that is the biggest thing with any cardiac arrest, is uninterruption of compressions. So when we got him into the back of the ambulance, we continued CPR throughout. So while multiple people were performing CPR and eventually a mechanical CPR device was applied, those compressions were uninterrupted, and others were removing clothing, I honestly couldn't tell you the number of articles of clothing, but I believe a winter jacket and a sweatshirt were removed. And then eventually he was, all the clothing was removed, and that's protocol for any cardiac arrest or any traumatic injury. Is usually all clothing is removed so we can have unfettered access to the individual to see if there are any other injuries.
And why is that protocol?
You mentioned earlier, sir, that there is tunnel vision. The absence of clothing kind of helps to remove that, so you can see everything. You can assess everything.
And you mentioned sort of a mechanical means of CPR. Is there a specific device that's used for that?
Yes, we use a Lucas device manufactured by Stryker, and for lack of a better term, it's basically just a plunger that does CPR. It frees up a set of hands for us, and that can provide CPR uninterrupted as long as the batteries last.
Now, at the time that you get him get Mr. O'Keefe into the back of the ambulance and you removing some of the clothing,
Oh,
what,
Is
if
that
anything,
grapefruit?
did you note at that time or at any subsequent
Here,
time
I'll
in
trade you.
regard to footwear?
To be candid, I wasn't
Actually, here.
really looking at the footwear. I believe it was brought to my attention when we eventually
darling.
transferred patient care at Good Samaritan Medical Center that the individual was missing a shoe. However, that wasn't my primary focus at the time.
And the items of clothing that were removed from within the ambulance, eventually when you.
Well, he's
transfer
focused
that
on
patient
saving the
care to
life. It's the
hospital,
cop's duty
what
to
if
make
anything
sure
happens
that
with them?
if there are any
In
missing
terms of
articles
chain
of
custody
clothing
of
to
the
find where they
clothing,
might be.
that
He's
is
probably inside the
typically
house, which he never
brought
freaking
in-
searched.
either with the individual or after. And that is usually deposited on the floor of the room where that patient is. And then the hospital takes custody of it. Occasionally we'll put it in bags. However, I could not speak to where that clothing went on this case.
But fair to say whatever clothing was taken off in the ambulance, left the ambulance at some point.
Correct.
And went to the hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
Not yet, because we have not had any medical
Now-
professionals policing the police. That's a great question. That's going to be the medical examiner.
When.
That's their job.
You have Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance and the lighting is better. What, if anything, did you observe following sort of the removal of the clothing as far as what, if any, injuries did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe in that sense?
He was noted to have, and I was right at the head, he was noted to have a hematoma on the right side of his face, just above his eye on his forehead. And there was some scratches on the right arm, the upper arm.
And use the term as far as a hematoma. Could you explain what you understand that term to me?
Lack of a better term is just an egg. He had a pretty good egg on his head.
And as far as anything beyond that, did you observe anything or note anything beyond the egg on the head and the scratches on the right arm?
As we got further down our treatment modality, we went to place an advanced airway. It was noted to have some blood, some mucus, and some bile in the back of his airway that was then suctioned out before we replaced our endotracheal tube.
And what is an endotracheal tube?
So an endotracheal tube is basically, it's just a plastic tube that is passed through the mouth into the trachea through the vocal cords. It's a definitive airway, if you will. It isolates the trachea so you can better ventilate your patient, and you don't have to worry about any air getting into the stomach, any gastric insufflation. And that is the gold standard for cardiac arrest, is a properly placed endotracheal tube.
Mentioned there were some substances that were suctioned from his airway, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, what were they again? I'm sorry.
I believe it was blood, bile, and mucus.
And do you have any idea how much of that was suctioned?
I couldn't give you an exact number, but it was enough that we needed to set up a suction system to remove it before we intubated.
And just turning briefly again to the arm. These were injuries that you observed on his right arm, is that correct?
Correct.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on his left arm?
I don't believe I saw any, to my knowledge.
And as far as your memory, as far as his right arm, how far did it sort of extend and where was it located? Sort of upper arm, lower arm, both, or where was it?
I believe it was just below his shoulder. They ran, I would say, probably 3 or 4 inches from, I would say, about the shoulder right down to maybe 2 inches above the elbow.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nose, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Initially, it was noted to be very cold. the individual was cold all around to the touch, but his nose was also quite cold, quite white, just because he had been in the elements for a little while. There appeared to be a little bit of blood on his nose as well.
Blood on his
And
nose.
through your training experience, are you familiar with a term or a device known as an OPA?
Correct. Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what OPA stands for and what is that device? What does it do?
So an OPA, or oral pharyngeal airway, is basically a small plastic device that is curved, and when inserted into the mouth, all it does is it prevents the tongue from falling backwards into the airway and occluding the airway. It's relatively simple, but it's very effective in keeping an airway open.
Just turning back for one moment to the injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, were those injuries that were actively bleeding at the time that you observed them?
No.
What, if anything, did you observe as to that?
It would be actively bleeding because the body is not.
Those injuries seem to have been.
There is no blood pulse, you moron.
In my opinion,
how would they be actively
looked like
bleeding?
they had been,
this is the dumbest question I've ever
they had
heard.
been cold, which could have aided in the clotting of those injuries.
RJ
but
Medic,
when we
confirm or
observed them,
deny?
they were not
How
bleeding.
stupid is this guy, Lally?
And you mentioned a little bit about Mr. O'Keefe's nose. What, if any, observations did you make as far as any sort of digits, whether they be his hand, his feet, or something else?
So all of his digits on the upper extremities were noted to, they were very cold. They were immobile. They were very stiff. I'm presuming due to the exposure, because we did, when we got him onto the ambulance, when we were removing clothing, it was noted that he was all of his digits were very stiff. They were immobile, and it caused a little bit of problems just trying to get clothing off of him, just because they were so stiff.
And taking you back outside of the
interesting,
ambulance
right?
just
Because
for a moment,
you're
when
manually
sort of
pumping the
initially
blood,
there,
right?
you're doing your assessment, and
But the
three
question was at the
females are in
hospital,
your
I think.
general area, correct?
Correct.
Right.
And at some
right.
point, you or any of the other
Right.
paramedics or EMTs
You're
on scene
manually
asked them
getting
any
the blood
questions about what had happened or anything like that?
So as I was ventilating at the head, there was a small delay in just getting equipment, nothing significant, just enough time that as I was ventilating, I was able to ask, did anybody see anything? What happened? And there was one individual that replied several times, I hit him.
And did you know that individual at that time?
I did not.
Can you describe the individual that said that?
I would describe her as mid-40s, average build, average height. And the other two, very similar.
And with reference to that statement of I hit him, is that something that she said once or more than once or something?
It was several times.
And as far as the tone or demeanor, how loudly was this being said?
As previously stated, they seemed to be erratic. There was a lot going on in that scene. It did seem to be said over and over and at varying volumes. And then there was just a lot of, everybody appeared to be quite flustered.
And the individual, one of the three females that said that, what, if any, observations did you make as to her face or anything?
The individual that said, I hit him, appeared to have some blood on her face, presumably for attempting CPR prior to our arrival.
And you say presumably attempting CPR. When you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe any of the females doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
Mr. O'Keefe was not being touched by any individual when I first got to him. That whole group was kind of pacing around, lack of a better term, kind of running around in circles. But Mr. O'Keefe was not being, there was no interventions being done to Mr. O'Keefe when I got to him.
And to be clear, sort of when you're in the back, fast forwarding now to sort of in the back of the ambulance, you're, again, sort of focused on the respiratory in the head, correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone else from your department is
You know what this
in the
reminds
back
me
of the
of?
ambulance, and what, if anything, are they doing with that?
So at that point, I had myself and Nat Kelly, EMT Kelly. He was kind of with me
Hold on.
for the head. One of the, for lack of a better term, easier operations of a cardiac arrest is ventilation. So Matt Kelly was assisting me with ventilations.
Okay, they're just talking about
squeezing.
trying to bring a dead man back to life. Obviously, that's not going to happen. Just real quick, for 1 minute, do you guys remember this scene? This is what this whole case reminds me of. Our case.
You weren't present for any of
That is Karen Reed. Is my cousin Vinny. I shot the clerk. I hit him.
So there's some period of time in the back of the ambulance, and then the transport to Good Samaritan happens. Is
That's
that correct?
insane. We have a
Recall,
my cousin Vinny case in real life.
Where different people from your department were in relation
That's
to that
wild.
transport to the hospital.
So the transport in the back in the patient compartment was
No,
myself,
Devil, I'm 100%
Firefighter Kelly,
serious.
and Firefighter
Karen
Flamotti
Reed is innocent, and this she'll
Firefighter
walk
McLaughlin
100%, not
driving
guilty.
ambulance one.
She's walking away from this 100%. Not even a question. Not even a question. They're just trying to cover up for the cops who killed him, John O'Keefe.
I have just one moment.
Yes.
So when it comes to the report that we were, that you were.
Karen Reed is the
testifying
only
about,
one who's
or
running
there
around
was a report
frantic,
generated in regard
doing
to this, is that
CPR,
correct?
saying,
Correct.
"Oh my God, was
And
it
who
me?
is-
Did I
so
seriously
who
do
has
it?"
the sort of duty and
Killers don't admit
responsibility of
the fact that they killed.
compiling?
That would have been Anthony Flamotti.
And have you seen?
Especially
Firefighter
when
Flammati's,
witnesses are around.
Report in relation to this incident?
I have.
May I approach the
She didn't know that they were going to
Yes.
pin this on her.
So I'm showing you the document after this, do that. and we'll look up when it's finished.
All right.
Bye bye, Devil.
Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is what I believe to be the ENFERS report written by
The what
Captain
report?
Robbery and the patient care report written by Firefighter Flamotti.
Thank you, sir. May I approach you?
Yes.
I'm open to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, I believe.
It's already pre-marked, or you're moving to introduce it now? Is there an objection?
MFers,
May have just one more.
Okay.
medical incident report, firefighter.
No objection.
Patient care report. And
All right, that will be marked, Madam Court Reporter, please.
Well, he may not have a report. I mean, he should, but maybe somebody filled it out for him and he signed it.
thank you very much.
Motor cowbell. Oh my God. I love you so much.
This gentleman, if I could have, what's been previously marked as exhibit number 9.
I'm sorry. I couldn't restrain myself.
Mr. Nuttall, just directing your attention. up
Oh
to the
my
screen there,
God.
what's been previously marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What do you recognize?
I believe that to be 34 Fairview Road.
Is that a relatively fair and accurate portrayal of what it
Oh
looked
my
like
God, my
around
chat
the
is
time
insane.
arrived there absent sort of light
I love you
conditions,
guys.
Things of that nature.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
We're not on cross yet, Ms. Krim. This is still direct.
All right.
And Mr. Nuttall, if I could ask you, using that laser pointer before you, well, first, let me ask, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 18?
Yeah. Again, 34 Fairview Road.
For the record, I
And,
wasn't
the
laughing at
area
anything
where
on the
you
screen. I was
first,
laughing at
observed
what
Mr.
chat is going on
Suicide
about,
lawn and the 3 feet
specifically
on the
this
ground.
comment.
You see that area in this photograph?
I do.
It's just cruel.
Using that laser
That
pointer
is
to
just
direct your
cruel.
attention to where in this photograph you see that.
That is just cruel.
I would say right around this general area, right about here.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 14. And again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit number 14?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That I believe to be is where we found Mr. O'Keefe.
And as far as the pooling of the blood that you observed around Mr. O'Keefe's head, can you observe that area within this photograph as well?
Yes.
You could, again, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you observed that.
They're right around in this general area. There.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back up. Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve that? light?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Afternoon, Firefighter Nuttall.
Sir, how are you?
You were coming up, I want to make sure I get the timing right. You were coming off of nearly a 24-hour shift when you got the call?
No, sir. I was reporting for duty that morning.
Just starting the shift when you got the call. Understood. I want to ask one quick question that you mentioned just a couple of seconds ago under questioning by Mr. Lally. With regard to the clothing, the normal protocol for clothing that's removed from a patient.
Yes.
You said it's oftentimes just sort of discarded onto the floor.
In terms of in the ambulance or at the hospital?
Either one.
Yes.
Okay. Both?
So typically, when we remove clothing in the back of the ambulance, it's generally done with trauma shears. So we will expose and then kind of fold over. That clothing is then usually left in place. We'll do a quick roll just to check the back of the patient, and then he's usually rolled back if there's nothing found, and it's typically left there. In terms of like big puffy jackets, if you cut a puffy jacket, it just makes quite the mess. So yeah, exactly. It's a disaster. So typically those bigger jackets are just removed, and that is when we removed that type of article of clothing, that's when we noticed that his hands were quite rigid.
So that's what happened in this case.
Correct.
You removed the big heavy jacket.
Oh, shoot, we're on cross.
Got it away from the body so you could better assess the injuries.
Correct.
And it was only then, after you removed this big heavy winter coat, that you could assess that his hands were stiff and cold.
We noted the hands, but it came more into light, if you will, when we removed that coat.
Got it. And you have as good a memory about that as you do the rest of the scene that morning.
In terms of removing the article of clothing?
Correct.
I did not remove any article of clothing. I was ventilating.
But you remember him having the big jacket on?
Correct.
Okay. And you remember that as well as you remember the other specifics of the incident?
Yes.
Okay. When responding to a scene, I want to dovetail on the same subject, but just come at it in a little bit different way, if you would indulge me. When responding to a scene, one of your jobs has to be to sort of immediately take note of and assess the situation of the patient that you're dealing with, correct? A motorcycle accident is going to be very different than a drowning.
Exactly.
Someone, in this case, exposed in a snowbank, you're going to deal with or assess and note the weather.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
You're also going to note and assess the condition of the patient.
Correct.
As it pertains to the weather.
Yes.
So someone, for instance, that's in a snowbank naked,
mm-hmm.
no clothes on at all, is going to be a little bit different assessment than someone who's completely dressed for winter, correct?
The initial assessment with every patient is going to be automatically circulation, airway, breathing.
Understood.
We approached this individual the exact same way, is automatically went directly to cardiac. Make sure.
I guess what I'm asking is your attention is focused on some of those details for sure.
Correct.
And that's how you remember that big heavy coat that he was wearing, correct?
I remember he was appropriately dressed. Correct.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you testified to that in the grand jury that, quote unquote, he had a heavy coat on.
Yes.
Consistent with how you're testifying today. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, I'd like to mark 2 photographs as next in order. They have not yet been marked. I believe it would be 160.
It doesn't matter so much the number, but why don't you just show the prosecutor the photos?
161 and 162 in order. May I approach?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you, first of all, whether you recognize what's depicted in those photos.
Honestly, sir, I couldn't recall the exact, but yeah.
You do recognize them?
Yes.
Does that appear to be what John O'Keefe was wearing when you found him?
I don't recall, sir, to be perfectly honest.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Do you recall this being part of, let me ask you a different way. Do you remember somebody cutting this off of John O'Keefe at the time?
I remember the clothing being removed.
Okay, but you don't remember this clothing?
I could say that he had clothing removed, but I couldn't tell you exactly what it was.
And you've just looked at these. This, what I'm holding in my hand, appears to be the front and back of a.
So don't hold it up to him from that distance where he said he doesn't recognize it. You can put it back in front of him. Don't hold it up for the jury, please.
Bev,
Yes.
get out of here. Let him do his job. Stop it.
That appeared to be a thin cotton hoodie.
Yeah, that appears to be a thinner layer of clothing.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Not a heavy coat. Fair?
Fair.
Not a winter jacket.
Fair.
Is it fair to say you had a lot on your mind when you were out at that scene, correct?
In terms of just the
saving a man's life.
Correct.
That's your credentials are impressive. You were there focused on one thing. And
Oh,
that is
giving him credibility.
trying
I like
to make
that.
sure that a man
Your
did not
credentials
die.
are impressive.
Correct.
Yeah. You were
Would
doing your
agree
job,
that
weren't you?
That was your primary concern and your primary focus the entire time you were at the scene.
Correct.
Yeah.
You
Give him
weren't
the credit that he
necessarily worried
deserves.
about what other individuals were doing, correct?
No.
If I asked you right now off the top of your head, tell me exactly the number of law enforcement officers that were there at the scene, probably couldn't tell me, could you?
No.
If I asked you whether or not you remember every single civilian that was at the scene, probably couldn't tell me, correct?
Outside of the three?
Outside of the three.
Correct.
Any other civilians?
Not that I noted.
Okay. Matter of fact, you can't even identify the three civilians
Who the
other than
speaker was.
generally
Yeah.
middle-aged, 40s,
Yes.
Caucasian,
Yes.
female.
Yes.
You said all three of them sort of looked alike,
Oh,
right?
this is so good.
Without the only defining feature on one of the individuals was one of the individuals did have blood on their face.
So some of the specifics of that scene, you didn't pay special note to, correct?
No, we were focused on patient care.
Is it fair to say that, specifically as it pertains to what the victim was wearing, your memory might be a little faulty where that's concerned?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, nothing wrong with that. You were focused on something completely different.
Correct.
You did notice certain injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's person, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated on direct examination that once you got him into the back of the ambulance, you, as you put it, you had a quote unquote much better picture of what you were dealing with. Is that right?
Correct.
You testified at the grand jury that you noted that once he was in the back of the ambulance, under better lighting, you were able to tell that he had trauma to the right side of his head.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
Are you talking about the major trauma that he suffered to the back of his head or the egg that you earlier described?
I was more just because it was directly in front of me. It was on the front side of his head.
Okay, so it wasn't the right side of his head. If you said right side of your head,
That's
you might
good, Mrs.
point
Gray.
above your ear, right?
Correct,
That's not
yes.
what you're talking about.
I was, and if to use my person, I would say right here. So more towards the right, above his right eye.
Right of center, but still on the front of his head.
Correct.
And you did not make any note of another injury on the back of his head.
No.
You talked about the injuries to the right side of his arm, correct?
Correct.
You noted that those injuries appeared to be scratches.
Yes.
That's your word, not mine, right?
Correct.
You didn't say that those were blunt force trauma.
No.
You didn't say that they were abrasions.
Scratches and abrasions, in my point of view, seem to go hand in hand.
But the word that you used was scratches.
Yes, they were like furrows down.
Say that again?
Furrows, if you will, for lack of a better term. Just
I don't understand that word.
So if you remove something,
Yes.
like you create a furrow in the skin, is that?
Furrows.
Yes, there you go. Sorry, excuse my accent.
Oh, no. I'm on your turf.
Fair enough.
It's my accent. I'm so sorry. Boy, that one. It's going to be a meme somewhere.
Hey, my cousin Vinny.
Yeah. No. All right. So when you said furrows, you made your hand in almost like a claw and drug it against your right biceps.
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you repeat the movement that you did for the jurors?
Did
when
I
you
just
said
predict the
furrows?
future?
Objection.
Sustained. Just move on to the next question, please.
You would agree that a very common cause of a hematoma over one's eye is being hit or punched.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
You said that Mr. O'Keefe did have such a hematoma over his right eye, correct?
Yes.
Did you also see a laceration under the eyebrow but above the lid on his right eye?
I don't recall.
Did you see a laceration on Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
I don't recall.
You did note that there was some blood on his nose, correct?
Correct.
Is that possible that came from a small laceration?
Yes.
In your experience, well, let me ask another question. Did it look like he had, in addition to the egg on the right side of his head, in the front, did it also have a black eye on the left side?
He said my cousin.
If memory serves correct, yes.
So both eyes were blackened.
Primarily the right side, if memory serves.
Okay. And the laceration toward the right side
Yes.
of the right eye. Are those injuries that you just described consistent or inconsistent with some sort of physical altercation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question,
I'm
please.
still here.
Did it appear to you, just from your initial assessment, given your experience, training, and background,
Clip that.
that
Somebody clip it.
those injuries
Go
look like
back.
you've been in a fight?
Earlier in the stream.
I'll see counsel
With the
inside.
timestamp, please, somebody do this. This is not possible. I've never in my life predicted the future like this. Clip me saying, playing the clip of my cousin Vinny, and then him saying, yep, just like my cousin Vinny, like 10 minutes later. How is that even possible? Somebody please clip that. I'm sorry, I missed the objection. I don't know what's going on. I'm having a heart attack over here. RJ Medic, thank you so much. DUI Guy Ninja. And thank you for the super sticker. Oh my God. Thank you for listening to police. I want this. I want this clip. This is insane. They know this. What that tells me You know what that tells me? That tells me the cops know this is a my cousin Vinny case. I hit him. I shot the clerk. And now they're in court saying, she said, I hit him. When in reality, she was saying, oh my God, did I hit him? I hit him. Like, not possible, right? Disbelief. And now they're saying, I hit him in court. Oh my God.
Thank you.
Sir?
A little break. In your experience as obviously a training firefighter, tell me the word again that you used.
Field training officer or preceptor.
Thank you. As a field training officer, have you seen in your experience
I'm shaking.
the product or the injuries that can be produced from fist fights?
Yes.
Okay. Injuries to the face?
Yes.
Injuries to the mouth? Injuries to the nose?
Yes.
The ears?
Yep.
To the eyes? Defensive wounds on the hands?
Yes.
Did you note we've already talked about, and I don't want to go over all this again. You've already noted what the injuries to the face were that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered.
Yes.
Were those consistent or inconsistent with a physical altercation?
I couldn't say.
Were they consistent or inconsistent with being in a fight?
I couldn't say.
Of
Was
course
that
you
egg
can't.
over his right eye consistent or inconsistent with him having been punched or hit?
I couldn't say.
I thought you said that
Liar.
one of the common causes of an egg like that, a hematoma, as you put it, over someone's eye, is being hit or punched.
There's quite a few reasons that somebody could get an egg, such as that over their head. You could get hit with a golf ball,
Of course.
for instance.
I'm not asking you to
Golf
the
ball.
exclusion of everything else.
Yeah.
I'm asking you, is it consistent?
It's consistent. It could be.
Okay. And the other injuries as well?
Salmon.
Correct.
Okay.
love
Did you
Turtle
see
Boy.
bruising to the back of one or both of his hands?
His hands were, as stated, they were very cold and very
Wait.
white. They were not well
Where's the
perfused.
clip?
And
Did you tweet it?
when you don't have adequate
tag me?
perfusion, swelling and smaller injuries don't typically present themselves, if you will.
So you may not have seen that.
Correct.
But the bruising may have been there.
It might have been there. It just wasn't observable just due to the condition of his hands.
Just may have overlooked.
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that you were not present when your colleague, Katie McLaughlin, was questioning anybody at the scene, correct?
Correct.
She's tasked with that responsibility, but you did not engage with her.
Correct.
Meaning, when I say engage with her, you weren't standing there with her.
No, I was in the back of the ambulance.
Okay. You claim to have heard this statement, I hit him,
Yes.
several times from the woman with blood on her face.
Correct.
You indicated that she was erratic,
Correct.
hysterical.
Correct.
You said, for lack of a better term, running around in circles.
Yes.
Yeah, on my ex.
She seemed despondent or distraught,
Very distraught.
Just
very
tag me.
upset.
Yes.
It's
Was she
at the
saying
DUI
anything
Guy
else
Plus.
that you recall?
To me, I heard I hit him, and then I went back, obviously continuing on patient care, focusing on patient care.
I can't believe
Did
that
you
just
hear her say,
happened.
could I have hit him?
I
Can't
heard I
believe
hit
that
him,
just happened.
That's what you believe at this point.
That's what I heard.
Okay.
That's what you believe at this point. That's what I heard.
Where exactly were you?
I was crouched at the head of Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay. You were asked that exact question at the grand jury, correct? To describe where you were and who was doing what.
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. You were asked a question when you spoke to her and she said, I hit him. Were you with the other representatives, sir, there at the time? Were there other people around you? You remember being asked that question by a grand juror?
I don't recall.
Do you remember
Refresh your
answering?
recollection?
No,
Refresh
there were
him.
other people around me. I had
Refresh him,
Paramedic
Alan.
Flamotti with me. I believe Firefighter Kelly was there as well.
Correct. So the three of us were all providing patient care
Okay.
around Mr. O'Keefe.
And you indicated that we were all there
By the way, I
together.
just placed an
You were
order
kneeling
for,
and you were doing the
my cousin
airway,
Vinny.
well, you called it Tony.
T-shirts. This
Yes,
is
that's
too insane.
Tony. Yes.
All right. He was doing the CPR, correct?
Correct.
And it's absolutely clear in your mind that when that statement was made, you were knelt down over Mr. O'Keefe. Flamotti was doing CPR. Kelly was with you guys, and you posed the question to her, do you know him? correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand this. You said, as you're knelt down, do you know him, directly to the female, and she answered your question with, I hit
Well,
him.
that's
I
a good
hit him.
question.
Yes.
But that's not what you told Trooper Proctor in a February 8th interview. Is
Okay.
it?
I don't recall what I told Trooper Proctor.
Let's start at the beginning. Do
Okay.
you remember having a conversation with Trooper Proctor on February 8th?
I do.
That was obviously much closer in time than your grand jury testimony, correct?
Correct.
And years closer in time than your testimony now.
Correct.
Do you recall on February 8th telling Trooper Proctor that while you were rendering aid, you heard Karen say, I hit him, to another female on the scene?
To another female, as I stated, I heard several times I hit him. In terms of who that was directed towards, I mean, again, focused on patient care.
Understood. My question was a little bit different. Do you recall telling Trooper Proctor specifically that while you were rendering aid, you heard Karen say, I hit him, to another female on the scene, and the other female told Karen to be quiet?
I do recall that.
Okay. That's not what you testified to today, though.
Okay.
Matter of fact,
Okay.
that story has changed to you posed a question
Mhm.
and she answered your question, correct?
Correct.
Oh.
So which is it?
So when ventilating a patient, typically that is also used to gather information from bystanders, because as I'm ventilating, I can real quick look around. Do you know this individual? Do you know anything about this individual? That's fairly typical for any scenario in this. It's a very quick information gathering strategy.
Uh-huh.
But you'll agree that your
Damn it,
testimony
T,
today
stop making me
changed
laugh.
from what it was from your statement to Trooper Proctor on February 8th.
I don't know if it would so much say change, sir. To be honest, I don't fully recall that meeting with Mr. Proctor.
So you don't, I'm sorry.
I remember meeting with him. However, I don't fully remember what was discussed.
So it's fair to say that your memory is a little bit faulty as it pertains to that time frame.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
When you went to the hospital with the patient, did you ever inform any of the doctors or nurses or medical professionals at the hospital?
You got him to admit
that
that
you
his memory is
heard
faulty. That's very
a
important.
female claimed to have hit John O'Keefe, and that's the reason for his injuries?
I did not give the report to the hospital.
So the answer to that is no.
No.
You did not. As a first responder and a medical professional yourself, obviously you know that the cause and manner of the victim's injuries are incredibly important as it pertains to assessing how to treat that patient.
Correct.
Once you got back to the station and to take a breath, did you write any report?
I did not. No, I did not write the patient care report.
So you didn't write a report, just to finish my question, you didn't write a report that said, by the way, while I was out at the scene, I heard a female say, I hit him, and that's the cause and manner of the injuries.
Not to my knowledge.
Well, you would know if you wrote a report that said that,
Correct.
and you did not.
I did not write the patient care report.
See, I told you, he didn't write it.
That day or any day
He would
subsequent
have said it by
thereto,
now.
did you contact the Canton Police Department, which were the first responders?
I did not.
So let me finish my question. And
Does
say, by the
anybody
way,
have that link to the
just so you know,
the
I
clip
heard this woman say, I hit him out of the scene.
I did
of
not.
the me
Did you
playing
ever,
the My
on
Cousin
that day
Vinny
or any
clip
day
and
subsequent
then
thereto, contact the Massachusetts State
and then him
Police
saying it
and say,
in open
I heard
freaking
this
court?
person say, I hit him?
I did not.
So the first time you ever repeated that statement was on February 8th.
I want that clip.
with Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
Please, I want to share it.
And by the time we've come full circle to today, that statement has now
I think
pivoted.
police something
In
or other
terms,
said he was
You
going to
didn't-
make one.
You didn't overhear the person say it to a female. Now, she's talking directly to you now.
she spoke directly to me, yes.
Have you?
Policing the
just one
police.
last point.
Where are you?
You've obviously noted that this case has gotten an enormous amount of notoriety, correct?
You might still be doing it.
Correct.
How many times would you say that you've discussed this case and this incident with your fellow firefighters?
It's brought up around the station semi-frequently. However, being involved in it, we try to stay clear of it just because we are involved in it.
So the answer is,
No.
there've been many discussions,
Yes,
probably daily.
frequently.
Have any of those discussions helped you with what you earlier described as a little bit of a faulty memory around that time frame?
Objection.
Ooh.
He can have that. Have
Yeah.
they?
Repeat the question for me, sir.
Sure.
Ah,
Have any
repeat-
of those
What is
discussions
this
helped
guy?
you with what you earlier described as
Is he at a ball
a
game?
faulty memory?
The memories that I have and the ones that I'm bringing up, I don't believe that they've changed. You know, I've played them over in my head to the best of my ability, and I don't believe my story is swayed. If they've been enunciated incorrectly on my part,
That's not
that
the question.
it wasn't intentional.
Understood. And,
Yeah.
and nobody's casting aspersions. Memory's a funny thing. So your memory is as good about that as it is about that winter coat.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Mr. Lally?
Mr. Nuttall, when it comes to being asked about consistency of causality as far as different injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Rephrase that for me.
Sure. Poorly phrased on my part. So you have been asked on cross-examination about some things that the injuries you observed on Mr. O'Keefe could be consistent with as far as having been the cause of those, correct?
Correct.
And how many sort of myriad of other causality or how many myriad of other sort of things could have also been a cause of the injuries that you observed?
As stated, a lot. It's not typically just physical altercations. It could be, again, a golf ball could hit you in the head. That could cause similar injuries.
Just for clarity purposes, when you were asked about particular time frame, were you talking about the time frame of January 29th, or were you talking about the time frame of February 8th when you met with Trooper Prof?
Sorry, sir, rephrase that for me.
Let me withdraw that and move on to something else. So what, just again, for clarity purposes, when you were asked about some statements that were attributed to you to Trooper Proctor during the meeting, correct?
Correct.
And so with regard to what you recall differently, is it the statement that the person, the female with the blood on her face, made to you, or the statement of the other female telling that person to be quiet?
So as stated, real quick, down and dirty, I asked, do you know this person? To which I hit him. And then in the background, I remember hearing over and over, I hit him. That was kind of pushed towards the back, and patient care took priority, if that answers your question.
Do you recall specifically at this time the other statements that you were asked about as far as whether or not the other female told that female to be quiet?
I do remember that, correct.
And the other statement as far as the female with blood on her face, and again, that was the differentiating character between the two females that you observed there, correct?
Correct.
And your memory of that statement is, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Nuttall, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
Do you
What
have
is this,
another
like a
witness,
fucking
Mr. Lally,
show?
to start?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Anthony Flamotti to the stand.
Does he want to applause? What is going on here? Anthony Flamotti. The heck is this? Thank you, everybody. Was he gonna bow?
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Name is Anthony Flamotti, last name spelled Flematti.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a acting lieutenant at this time for the Canton Fire Department.
And how long in total have you worked for the Canton Fire Department?
Got hired in 2015, July of 2015, so coming up on 10 years.
And prior to working with the Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other work did you have within sort of the same field?
So in the same field, I worked for the Athol Fire Department for a few years, hired in 2012, March 2012 until July of 2015. So just transferred departments.
And even prior to working with the Athol Fire Department, did you work as an EMT anywhere?
Yep. So I worked as an EMT for American Medical Response out of Springfield and Holyoke. Worked for Fallon Ambulance. Started basic level of EMT around 2008, and then just different private ambulance companies around the state.
And just starting with the EMT side of it for the first, what, if any, training did you receive or education did you receive prior to getting your certification as an EMT?
There's different levels of certifications for EMTs. The EMT basic starts out with about 6 months, a couple nights a week for about, like I said, about 6 months. Take a certification, practical and written examination for that to get your basic level, and then you move on to the paramedic level of schooling as well.
Can you describe for the jury a little bit about sort of what that paramedic level of schooling is?
So the paramedic schooling starts, it's about 12 to 14 months, depends on the program, which school you go to. Night school 2 to 4 times a week for about 14 months, and then you start going into a clinical phase where you go into the different operating rooms, emergency rooms, OB/GYN, cardiac CCU, ICU. You do about 300 hours of education in that. Once you've completed a bunch of skill checkoffs under the supervision of an RN or a doctor, depending on the room, you would then clear that section of your schooling and then move on to a ride time phase, which is about 200 to 300 hours, depending on skills, what you need. That would be either in a fire department or a private EMS under the preceptorship of a senior paramedic that would kind of walk you through how to do the job and shadow you and supervise that you're doing things appropriately. You do that for about 200 or 300 hours. You write up different documentation, basically learning how to do it out of the clinical set and then more of in the field set. After that, you would, whatever job you have at that point, you would do an additional practical assessment, again, about 6 or 7 different stages of evaluation for physical skills. Then you would do a written test, again, with the state. At that time, it was the state, Massachusetts, to certify you as a paramedic. Then after that, they have another
So he's also a paramedic.
2 to 6
I thought it was
months
just a firefighter.
preceptorship within the department to acclimate you to
Hi,
the
baby.
physical location that you're working at.
Come here.
And so there's a written portion and a practical portion to
Yes.
both the EMT as well as the paramedic training.
Yes,
Hi.
that's correct.
And you successfully
baby.
completed that and received certifications in regard to both.
You
Yes.
come back from
Those
London?
certifications, are they
She's wanting
something
food.
that is
She's
just
trying
sort
to
of
remind
a
me.
one-time blessing?
Don't
Or is
forget
that
to feed
something
me,
that
Daddy.
has a continuing educational component and a recertification?
That's correct. So every 2 years, we have to do a 48-hour refresher. So it's continuing education classes as far as national core curriculum classes that the
Oh, come
national
on, that's
standard
just
holds us
mean.
to.
Don't
So
don't
it
say
covers
that.
different topics.
You can make fun of his testimony.
we
Don't make fun of the
cover
way
every
they
2
look.
years.
Come on, guys. That's not cool.
And your certification is up
Sad
to,
DUI guy.
up to date at this point, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that you're currently a lieutenant within the Canton Fire Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And how long have you been, have you had the rank of lieutenant?
I'm a temporary
you.
acting lieutenant, so I've been that since, I believe it was February, up till this time.
And within the town of Canton, how many
Okay, I'll
fire
take a look.
station or firehouses do you have within Canton?
Thank you.
So we
Policing
have
the
two
Police.
different stations, headquarters and Station 2, that we operate out of.
Do you work specifically in one, or does it sort of rotate between the two?
Depends on the rank. So as a firefighter, we rotate through the different positions, or different stations. As the lieutenant, I'm the lieutenant right now at Station 1, so headquarters,
And where is Station 1 located?
99 Revere Street.
And within, with respect to each of the two station houses, how many sort of different vehicles and
All right,
apparatus?
this is
are
boring.
located?
Let's watch something more
So
fun
we have,
for a minute. So thank you, Policing the Police. This is on his channel. Check this out.
Is assisting me with ventilation.
Okay, they're just talking about
squeezing.
trying to bring a dead man back to life. Obviously, that's not going to happen. Just real quick, for 1 minute. Do you guys remember this scene? This is what this whole case reminds me of. Our case.
You weren't present for any of
That is Karen Reed. Is my cousin Vinny. I shot the clerk. I hit him. This is straight up
Hey, excuse me.
our case.
You weren't present for any of
That is Karen Reed. Is my cousin Vinny. I shot the clerk. I hit him.
So there's some period of time.
All right. Boy, that one, it's gonna be a meme somewhere.
Hey, my cousin Vinny.
Yeah. No. All right, so when you said furrows, you made your hand in almost like a claw and drug it against your right biceps.
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you repeat the movement that you did for the jurors?
Did I
when you
just
said
predict the
furrows?
future?
Objection.
Sustained. Just move on to the next question, please.
You would agree that a very common cause of a hematoma over one's eye is being hit or punched.
Correct.
All right, we get it. You guys asked questions about what was the objection. So maybe I can answer it now real
Yeah.
quick.
No. All right. So when you said furrows, you made your hand in almost like a claw and drug it against your right biceps.
You made your hand almost like a claw and drove it against your right biceps.
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you
mean-
repeat the movement that you did?
What
for the
movement?
jurors
Did I
when you
just
said
predict the
furrows?
future?
Objection.
Repeat the movement that you did. Why was that objectionable? I don't understand.
Sustained. Just move on to the next question, please.
You would agree that a
Anyway, that was
very
crazy.
common cause of a hematoma over one's.
What, if any, disparity was there between sort of the experience that you had versus the experience
That's freaking
that Kelly
cool.
had at that?
so Mr. Kelly had just started with the department at the BLS level at the
Thank you,
EMTB.
Policing the Police.
Probably 2 or 3 months prior. I had just finished up his preceptorship, getting him onboarded as a new hire EMT, so very minimal experience at that time.
So fair to say any sort of medical calls, you would have been sort of what they call the lead paramedic, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with reference to that particular time frame, the 28th, 29th, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as sort of weather, forecast?
So leading into that shift, I knew there was a storm coming, and I had always lived a good distance away from work. So I would try and tie overtime shifts in so I wouldn't have to commute more than once back and forth. But with the storm coming, wanted to not have to drive into the weather. So I picked up overtime the night before that shift.
And about what time did you arrive the night before?
The night before I arrived at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. is the start of the shift.
And so you were essentially on shift for relatively significant period of time leading into the morning of the 29th, correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that there was a storm that was forecasted. What, if anything else, do you recall about sort of what type of storm or what was predicted?
Predicted it was going to be a pretty significant storm, heavy winds, heavy snow. Not something I wanted to drive in the morning. So if the opportunity arose, I took the overtime for that night.
What did it turn out to be as far as?
Exactly as predicted. We hadn't gotten much snow up
It
until
was just objection, Mrs. Kagan.
about midnight or so. And then snow developed.
You gesture
since
disarm
pretty
with
much
the club.
then
Can you
on.
show us again? No, you can't.
In
That
a
was
moment, I'm
really
gonna ask you about
stupid.
calling around
I didn't like
6
that
a.m., but
objection
just
at
if I
all.
could take you back
I think it
a
was
little bit
improper.
before that, over sort of the overnight shift, did you have any dispatches or calls that you responded to, say, after midnight, but prior to 6 a.m.?
I don't believe so. I don't recall how many calls were prior to that. That one was kind of the key of the night.
So you mentioned sort of, what if any memory do you have as far as like sort of when it started to snow?
It would have been after 10 p.m. for sure, but I'm not sure exactly.
Now, turning your attention to a little bit after 6 a.m., you get a dispatch for a medical call, correct?
Correct.
And just prior to that, what about time did you sort of get up, rise, and sort of, start doing things around the station that day?
So shift change usually happens around 8 a.m. in the morning. It takes a while to get everything ready for normal business hours. We try and get the station prepped for public that come into the building or just people passing, going around. We try to prepare the sidewalks, the apron. So we get up around 5:30, if depending on call volume throughout the night. Sometimes we're up throughout the whole night. But we got up that morning around 5 to shovel, snow blow, salt the public walkways, that type of thing.
And specifically when it comes to the apron, that's sort of the area in front of the garage doors, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so why is it so important to sort of clear off the apron as far as snow is concerned?
So as far as in front of the apparatus doors, is a very limited height clearance between the top of the fire apparatus and the actual garage bay doors. So a few inches of snow would be enough to cause us to bump into the ceiling of the apparatus garage doors. So we have to keep that relatively almost bare.
He's been on the
to be
stand
able to
for
pull the
almost
apparatus
15
out without
minutes,
causing
and
any
all I
damage.
learned is that he has
And
a
about what time
gray
was it that you and the other
slash
firefighters
slightly
at the
black
station,
blazer,
started to sort of
a
clear off
polished haircut,
the parking lot, the
a
apron,
Nick
or anything
Rekieta
else as far as
goatee, and a
I'd say about
striped tie.
5:15,
That's the only thing I
5:30.
know so far.
And at the time that you get this call, shortly after 6 a.m.
EMTs typically don't wear body
how
cams.
much
That is
snow
a
was
great
on the ground
question.
at that point, if you know?
It's probably 4 to 6 inches.
And this dispatch that comes in shortly after 6 a.m., what was the dispatch in regard to it, and where were you dispatched to?
So we didn't have much information going out the door, just that there was a man on the side of the road. And we knew due to the weather, there could be a significant call. So
Before I leave and depart on that just for 1 second, when it comes to when you're outside sort of shoveling off the apron and clearing some of the parking lot, in addition to the snow, what if anything else did you note as far as sort of the weather conditions, visibility, things like that?
So visibility was extremely poor. High winds, probably 20, 30 mile an hour winds. Temperature probably in the 20s with still actively snowing at that time.
And the winds, to the best of your recollection, was this something that was just sort of a gust, or was it sort of persistent?
Sustained winds and then probably gusts as well.
And so you receive this dispatch, and you, I'm presuming, get in the ambulance and go, correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, is in the ambulance with you when you respond?
So responding in, I had myself, Matthew Kelly, and Firefighter Nuttall had come in early as well to try and beat the storm and get in on time, because he was scheduled to come in at 8 a.m. that morning anyways. But with the heavy snow, wanted to make sure he could get in and be able to relieve the people coming off.
And within the ambulance, where was everybody sort of situated on route to the call?
I believe Matthew Kelly was driving, I was in the passenger seat, and Nuttall was in the back of the truck.
And as far as during the course of your going from Station 1 to the scene on Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the road conditions, visibility as you were driving?
So that neighborhood is actually relatively close to the station, so you normally get there in a couple minutes, but it was slow driving over there.
Damn it, tons
So I
more
remember
Campbell.
going
Stop it.
pretty slow to
Seriously.
get over to the scene.
You were funny
And
before.
as
Now
far
you're
as
just
this
being rude.
particular
Please
time
stop.
of day, what was sort of the lighting like at that point? Had the sun come up or anything like that?
Sun had not come up yet. It was still dark, heavy winds, heavy snow, so visibility was almost zero.
And as far as What, if any, other sort of apparatuses from your station were dispatched to this call as well at the same time?
So the other call would have been, or the other vehicle would have been engine 3. And just engine 3, car 5 will sometimes go. That's the shift commander for the department, depending on the nature of the call, how it comes in, and the ambulance. So it would have been the 3 apparatus.
Do you recall who, if anyone, was in either car 5 or the engine?
So car 5 would have been, at the time, Captain Wendell Robery. And the engine, it would have been Frank Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and the lieutenant for the engine was Greg Woodbury.
And you mentioned it took a little bit longer than without the weather to get to Fairview Road. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If you have any idea approximately how much time elapsed between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived on scene?
I'd have to refer to the EMS report. That is going to be more accurate, but I believe it was 5 or 6 minutes.
And to that point, with any call, there's an EMS report that's prepared by, who is it prepared by?
So it's usually the person who texts the call or is in charge of the call. This was an ALS level call, so it would have been myself.
So you wrote as far as the report in relation to EMS arrival, and within that is contained sort of different times that things happen along the way, correct?
Correct.
And the times that are noted within that report, is that something that's noted as it's happening, or is that something that you go back and figure out at a later time?
So as we're going through the call and radio messages are sent, that's all documented on a third party that documents timestamps, things like that. As far as on scene, transport, clear from the hospital, that type of thing. It's all third party documented.
That's interesting,
May I
Archie.
approach the witness, Ron?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked.
Talk about adding body cameras to EMS personnel because there was a recent trial where a paramedic was charged with manslaughter for, I guess, failure to save a person's life or failing to attempt to save a person. Not failing to save their life, but probably a failure to attempt to save their life. That's crazy.
You see that portion of the report, sir?
Yes.
Okay. First and foremost, what I placed before you as Exhibit 160, that's your report, correct?
Correct.
So he's the one who wrote the
On
report.
the 7th page in, what, if anything, do you see with regard to?
Are the cops coming for this guy too?
So we have our dispatch time 6:06, en route time 6:07, on scene
I swear.
6:14, at patient 6:15, and we are transported from
arrest
that scene at
firefighter
6:27 and arrived
Flamotti.
at destination at the hospital 6:45.
That destination
They're all
hospital would
crooks.
have been Good Samaritan Medical Center, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, if you could, going back to sort of your dispatch from Station House to Fairview Road, can you describe sort of the path as far as what direction, what route you took to go from one to the other?
Yep, so from Revere Street, we would have come out, taken a right onto Revere Street, gone to the end of that road, taken a left on Sherman, driven all the way up to Chapman Street, taken a right on Chapman Street, gone up to Fairview Street, and then taken a left on that. That would have brought us down to the address.
Sirens need to be added to the next
And,
bingo card.
As you're coming down Fairview.
Are you listening
familiar
to
with that
this?
area?
Yes.
And so as
Mrs.
you're
K,
coming down
Rick,
Fairview, is there any kind of grade or elevation to the roadway as you're coming down?
there's
So
also
as
the two
you're-
MS here.
that
in
is a
Springfield, Illinois.
downhill
Oh, that's
towards
interesting.
about halfway down the road, so a pretty good grade that's coming downwards.
And the address that you responded to with 34 Fairview.
That's smart,
Road,
Jason.
when you're coming from the direction.
As
that
a
you were
first
coming off
responder, you have your own
Chapman,
body
is that
cam
the residence
to
that's on
protect
your
you from
left or right or
liability.
something?
That
Very
would have been on the
smart.
left.
Very intelligent.
And when you arrive on scene, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatuses do you observe beyond sort of what you've already described as the
So we had the fire apparatus. There was another vehicle, bystander vehicle, that was on scene as well. I don't recall if police were on scene at that time, but
And when
Thanks,
you
Mrs. K.
first sort of pull up to
You're
the
the best.
scene, what, if anything, is it that you
Covering for Rose while
observe,
she's busy.
even prior to getting out of the truck or the ambulance?
so as we're pulling up to the scene, we see two female parties, non-uniform personnel, that were going back and forth between the body and the side of the street and back and forth. Looked like, appeared to be a female party that was pushing on his chest and then going back and forth between the other female party and the patient.
And again, so when you first sort of pull up, you're able to see the body on the ground. Is that correct?
It was, yes, you could see a body, but it was very hard to see that distance away.
And do you recall any sort of like overhead or ambient lighting, street lighting or anything like that illuminating in that area?
I don't recall.
Of course you
Now,
don't recall. Why should you
this
recall something that
individual,
is relevant to your
as far
case?
as the person on the ground, at some point you were able to subsequently identify who that was. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you identify him?
So identification won't normally happen right at that bedside. That's not really relevant to initial treatment. We found out who it was when we got into the ambulance and we were able to do a more thorough search once interventions had started.
But when you first arrive on scene, fair to say you're primarily or only sort of concerned with patient care, correct?
Yeah, correct.
To the point you sort of tunnel vision to the patient, correct?
Yeah.
So you arrive on scene and you get out of the ambulance and where is it that you go?
So we then go grab all the equipment that we're going to need to work on the patient, and then we bring that equipment over to the patient's side to be able to start treatment.
All right, Mr. Flamotti, I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to stop you, Mr. Lally. Jurors, that's it for today. We are not in session tomorrow.
Wait.
Remind you, please do not discuss this case with anyone.
Are they
Don't
done
do
for the
any
day?
independent research or investigation
For the day?
into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it, let us know. And we'll see you on Thursday morning. And
Thursday-
Will be a hot close.
What?
All rise for the court, please.
But I have a stream set, Judge, and my biggest fan is right on the screen right now. Okay, well, I guess I have to cancel that stream. That sucks. Wow, I was not ready for that. Why are they doing a short date today? Delete broadcast. Delete on Facebook. Damn. Nothing's been created. Sorry, fam. I guess I have to close it out. I don't understand. Oh, did she say have to see? I'm sorry. I don't listen to the judge. I don't respect her or trust her. So, let's watch My Cousin Vinny. We totally could, except for the fact I have a jury trial tomorrow. Otherwise, I would. I would totally, and I'll probably get copyright stricken so fast. Tuesdays and Thursdays are short days, huh? That's why the jury trial is going to take so long. I was wondering, I'm like, what do they have? 7 weeks worth of, if they're having full day Monday, full day Friday, half day Tuesdays and Thursdays, and no trial Wednesday, they, instead of 5 days every week, they only have 1, 2, 3. They have 3. They're losing 2 full days. 2 full days. We're not interested in what you have to say, buddy. Shut the fuck up. Okay. So Thursday and Tuesday are short days. That is really unfortunate. I was not ready for that. They have short court hours. They're not even doing full dockets. Monday and Friday, I guess, full docket. Tuesday, Thursday. I'm glad they don't have trial tomorrow because I have trial of my own. I can't speak about it. It's a very interesting development. You'll find out. You'll find out what's happening. LinkedIn crept out on me. Is it because it's over 4 hours or something? I don't know. Wow. But that, I swear, I wanna play this again, you guys. This I want to play again that let's see if I can find it. Where is it? Policing the police. No, not that one. Policing the police. YouTube. Oh, come on. Where are you? Here we go. No. Not that one. This one. There we go. Found it. This was so good. Boyan is on it right now. He's making a this is too freaking crazy. I still can't believe this happened live on the air.
Is assisting me with ventilation.
Okay, they're just talking about
squeezing.
trying to bring a dead man back to life. Obviously, that's not going to happen. Just real quick, for 1 minute. Do you guys remember this scene? This is what this whole case reminds me of. Our case.
You weren't present for any of
That is Karen Reed. Is my cousin Vinny. I shot the clerk. I hit him. This is straight up.
Oh, excuse me.
Our case.
You weren't present for any of
That is Karen Reed. Is my cousin Vinny. I shot the clerk. I hit him.
So there's some period of time.
Sorry. Boy, that one. It's gonna be a meme somewhere.
Hey, my cousin Vinny.
Yeah. No. All right. So when you said furrows, you made your hand and
I lost my
almost
freaking
a
mind.
claw and drug it against your right biceps.
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you repeat the movement that you did for the jurors?
Did
when
I
you
just
said
predict the
furrows?
future?
Objection.
Sustained. Just move on to the next question, please.
You would agree that a very common cause of a hematoma over one
No, it's
eye,
in Boyd County,
is
Kentucky.
being hit or punched.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
You said that Mr. O'Keefe did have such a hematoma over his right eye, correct?
Yes.
Did you also see a laceration under the eyebrow but above the lid on his right eye?
Look at my face.
I don't recall.
Look at my face.
Did you see a laceration
My heart
on
was
Mr.
going.
O'Keefe's nose?
I don't recall.
You did note that there was some blood on his nose, correct?
Correct.
That possible that came from a small laceration.
Yes.
In your experience, well, let me ask another question. Did it look like he had, in addition to the egg on the right side of his head, in the front, did it also have a black eye on the left side?
He said my cousin.
If memory serves correct, yes.
So both eyes were blackened.
Primarily the right side, if memory serves.
Okay. And the laceration toward the right side
Yes.
of the right eye. Are those injuries that you just described consistent or inconsistent with some sort of physical altercation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question,
I'm
please.
still here. Wait, what was the question?
Are those injuries that you just described consistent or inconsistent with some sort of physical altercation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Why is that? No, that was an improper objection. He could have answered, and I believe it was re-asked. Wow, you guys, this has been a hell of a day already. I'm grateful for it. This is crazy. This is just absolutely crazy. I literally was just. Here's the thing. You know what that tells me? The fact that the paramedic is aware that my cousin Vinny is pretty much the theme of this case is because that's exactly what happened in that case. I shot the clerk. Whoa, wait a minute. You know, he's got that moment like, what are you talking about? There's no murder. I didn't know they were killed by somebody else. We were just there shopping, getting some groceries and some gas. And then we left. And the only reason that Gambini, right? That was his name? My cousin Vinny Gambini, I think. The only reason he won was because what's her name testified, and they misidentified the car. They said that the tire marks that were left by the vehicle are inconsistent. Basically, they couldn't have been left by this car. It was a different car. And the fact that they actually are aware of this movie. They're probably in the back room somewhere. These cops and paramedics are joking around. They're like, look at that Karen Reed. She's just like my cousin Vinny. And I accidentally called it because they know. They already know. They've been joking about that for months. for years now. Do you understand what just happened here today? Not on my stream, in the courtroom. I guess my stream was able to shed some light on this. The paramedic admitted by total accident, by sheer accident, that Karen Reed is being framed just like that guy who shot the clerk, who they claimed shot the clerk in My Cousin Vinny. He literally said it on the witness stand. Wow. All right, you guys. That's depressing to me that they're wasting so much time and resources. And by the way, what is it with Auntie Bev? And she just cuts off right in the middle. It's like, all right, we're going to stop here. Jurors, I'll see you all on Thursday. It's like not even like all right, can I have counsel at the bench or nothing? We're done. Bye-bye. It was a Freudian slip. He accidentally had a Freudian slip. Not all heroes wear capes. Thank you to what's his name? Timothy Nuttall. Bye, everybody.